Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
No matter what nobody say, man, Spirit, can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know, I can't be fucked with, you know.
Beyonce Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win, or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, your kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, you know, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no special effects.
BoxingVoice.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal was for $300 million, and I made $350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on an app.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Beyonce Productions.
BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know you missed us. It's been about 72 hours since the last one, but catch us on Untitled at 1:30 and find out where TBV has been for the weekend. Actually, you probably seen that. I was in the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, but find out all the juicy details of Ennis hanging with some millionaires. That being said, we're here to talk about the next millionaire in the welterweight division, challenging the big boys, the big guys. Jaron Boots Ennis puts on a spectacular performance versus Sergey Lipinets, finding the knockout, something that Mikey Garcia was not able to do, and one of our very own favorites here, Castillo Clayton, was not able to do. And Ennis calls out Errol Spence, Terence Crawford, and Shawn Porter. He says if any of those top guys need a dance partner, they can just call. Alexander Lionez, good morning. How are you, New Jersey? What it do?
Good morning.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, man. 72 hours, man. I was, I needed
The best part of waking up.
TVB in my cup. You feel me? And it was a pretty cool weekend of boxing. And Jaron Ennis definitely stuck out on this one. I kept telling everybody, and I keep telling everybody now, and you're starting to see it because you cannot say that Lipinets wasn't a good test. Former champion and a guy pretty much that put up a good fight while he was in there. I mean, he even caught Ennis with a few shots. So, Jaron Ennis Boots is the future, man. He's in there. I don't know if he gets one of these guys, but it's possible. It's possible. You just never know.
Yes, sir, man. The possibility of this happening. I guess, it's. I guess it would. If we had to put it in percentages, I would say it's greater than 50% because he's with Showtime, so maybe he can get an Earl. I don't think he can get a Crawford because he's like in some sort of legal dispute right now and being allowed to fight in the interim while that dispute takes place.
Say what?
Yeah, I know. So I don't know that because he still got to cut somebody a check. And that same check is the check. He's essentially trying to get rid of. I'm assuming. So it's like, do I really take the big fight and give this guy a cut? Probably further extend the contract. I don't even know, but we don't really want to talk about that because wow, I mean, I think it's safe to say we got another top welterweight, like another Crawford, Earl, Ennis, right? Like he showed that type of skill. Like he got hit a lot though. I know some of these guys are like, oh shit, oh, so he's vulnerable. Is because he got hit a lot. But he did. He also hit a lot though. He hit a lot, man. But he did get hit a lot, like on the elite level. Because you got to remember this, Doomy. Sergey Lipinets, at the end of the day, he's a 140-pounder that just moved up. He maybe has 3-4 fights. He ain't Danny, who's been at the division multiple years now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but Danny's left hook is killer.
Yeah, but that's not to say. And Ennis, I watched the post fight. Ennis said, they one of the reporters brought it up, like, hey, what about you and Dan? He said, look, if he called, I'm taking that too. But I don't know. I feel like, we were having this conversation in one of the TBV chats, and I'm like, I'm sure Danny sparred this kid coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
who, Jaron Ennis?
I mean, I would hope. From Philly, like, why not? Why not? But
yeah, I get you.
Politics aside, man, because again, we could talk about money and argue why this fight won't get made because Earl ain't looking backwards and Crawford wants Earl, so why would they give a beltless up-and-coming contender a shot? We ain't gonna go down that route. Based off what you've seen, who do you think he has the better shot at next? If you was able to just part the political sea and be like, my son, here's the path. You choose. Who does he have an easier route beating?
Beating or getting the fight with?
I guess that's also putting you in a tough predicament, right? Like maybe people gonna be like, yo, man, why you pick me as the easy fight for Ennis, right? So I don't even know. But that's kind of what I wanted to ask. Like, if you were Ennis, what route would you go? Would you go to WBO Crawford top rank? Would arguably pound for pound, high on people's lists? Or would you go Earl, multiple belts? I mean, which one does he?
Realistically, I mean, as much as I would want it for him, and again, I can't say that he's being fast tracked because he's faced that many opponents already professionally, but at that elite level, he hasn't faced many, and he did his thing. Let's talk a little bit about the performance, right? Like he really, he really put on a performance. Yeah, he did get hit, Ness. I mentioned that. And it's not even about did he get hit, how well did he take these shots. I mean, there was these shots sometimes that I thought that once they connected, my immediate reaction was like, oh, he's going down. Nope, this kid's got a chin. He's got an iron chin.
Well, he rolled with a lot of those shots. He's in that Philly shell. Some might call it the Mayweather defense, and he's rolling and he's switching. I guess a lot of Crawford fans are either going to be happy because the similarities and he switches his fluid. Even though we see Crawford remain in that southpaw stance, Jaron is switching from orthodox to southpaw. He's putting in a lot of body work, but he is subjective to get hit. I think he can be countered. But again, this is a natural progression. He's only 23. He's only 23.
So young.
Yeah, so Earl is what? Is Earl like 29, 30 already, or is he 27? I'm going to look that up, but I know Crawford is 33, right? You could look up Crawford. I'll check out Earl. I think Crawford is definitely 33.
Crawford's
I just don't know.
He's 31, Errol Spence.
Okay, well, damn. You see, I don't know that they're going to look at him right now. I think Earl, let's see Earl's energy though, right? And you guys, you Errol Spence fans, all you little Errol Spence Juniors out there, you guys better have the same energy when Earl wanted that shot at Thurman. And Thurman didn't have time for him because Thurman wanted the bigger names. Thurman wanted to unify the division. So right now, Thurman is in Earl's predicament, calling out the champ, but so is Jaron. Jaron is really Earl, saying, yo, Keith Thurman, strap me up. I want to fight, right? So is Jaron. Is now Earl gonna turn around and tell Jaron the same thing Keith told him? And is he gonna be a hypocrite? Or is he gonna give the young man an opportunity? And I'm not, obviously he's got bigger fish to fry. He's the big fish, but don't be the pot calling the kettle black. Like, you literally hate Keith Thurman. Like, when interviewed and they like, yo, would you fight Thurman? Nah, he ain't. Fuck Keith Thurman. I ain't never fighting him. He on that Charlo shit with Andre, and it's just like, hold up, bro. Like, he made a business decision. So don't you make the same one, because then, I hope the fans gonna have the same energy, and that's just the truth, But Crawford, on the other hand, I feel like this quote was a subliminal to Terence Crawford, right? Because if any of the top guys need a dance partner, they can just call. I mean, the only top guy that needs a dance partner is Crawford. Like, that's just the truth. That's, again, another pun at Errol. Errol has Ugas, Porter has rematches with Danny. I mean, they can do their own thing over there. They can literally do that. I listened to the Brian Custer podcast. Harrison is in love with Danny, moving up. I mean, obviously he feels Danny's too small, and Danny being a welterweight who started at junior welterweight, moving up to 54 would be dangerous, but he's a name, and Harrison is welcoming him right up to sink his teeth into him, and I just say that to say that even Danny has other options, right? Like, that might be a sacrificial one, but he's got options. The dude that needs a dance partner is Crawford. Again, can it be done? I don't know.
Sure.
But since we narrowed it down, no one can blame you for picking Ennis and Crawford now. It's like the natural thing that can happen, or it just seems the more probable thing, right? Like, he can probably get a Terence Crawford option because Earl, call him a hypocrite, call him the pot, call him the kettle black. He's gonna go for the third belt. He's gonna say Keith Thurman wasn't chasing legacy when he unified. I'm the one chasing legacy because I'm unifying. So whatever, he's got his little back door, but we all know it would be the same business decision that Keith Thurman made.
And I mean, I guess educate me on this one, bro. How does this work now? Lipinets, let's say for the IBF, he was third in the IBF ranked, right? And Jaron was 9. Does he is this like some Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu, I absorb you? Now I'm like number 3.
Listen to me. I wish that's how it worked. And literally that's how it should work. Like, how does Teofimo be arguably, number 1 on ESPN's list? Arguably, because Lomachenko not number 1 on any list in mine. But, he was number 1 on a bunch of people's lists. Teo beats him and he's like ranked 5. It's like, wait. This is the dude you thought. Because, again, that's why I hate pound for pound. And shout out to Jamal Charlo with the tweet yesterday. Was like, man, and by the way, fuck y'all pound for pounders. Because that's exactly how I feel, man. Like, they pound for pounders makes no sense, right? So in theory, right, pound for pound is allegedly who you think will beat any fighter regardless of division because of their skill. So they're essentially, they tell you the way that you do it is, if this fighter could move up in any way, like if weight wasn't an issue, moving up or down, how would Wilder do versus Chocolatito if they were in the same weight? How would Crawford do versus Anthony Joshua if they were in the same weight? That's, in essence, what pound for pound does. So now you're saying that fighter A is number 1 in the world, meaning the people that rank this fighter at number 1, they are telling you, the reader, we think this is the one fighter that can beat everyone in the world regardless of weight. So now Teo beats him, but he's number 5. That's why the list is it's like fucking literally moronic. Like, how you gonna say, if weight doesn't matter, these are the guys that are the best, and hey, by the way, that one's number 1, but if you beat him, you're not number 1 in the world? Like you just said, he could beat everyone. You put him number 1 because you said regardless of weight, Lomachenko is pound for pound the best fighter in the world. So now my guy beats the brakes off his ass, and you're going to say, no, he's number 5.
Oh, bro, only argument I could possibly make for that is that maybe they can't do that because even though you beat the pound for pound number one on their list, you haven't beat the guys that he has beat. So I guess they just don't give you that number one because of that. And that's the only argument I could probably think of with that. But going back to Jaron Ennis, man, and trying to move the chess pieces on the board. How does he guarantee himself a big fight though with like a Shawn Porter, Earl, or Terence? How much closer can he get to that number one mandatory spot?
It's like
and in
I
what
said,
and in what belt?
It's like
Because I got Jamal James. I got Jamal James with a WBA World Welterweight Championship,
but that's
and then I got Cujotillo as at the number one spot in the IBF.
But that's a regular. And it's like I said, bro. Like I think we've singled it out. I think it's safe to say Crawford is the best option for both of them, right? Like Crawford doesn't have a fight, doesn't have a sexy opponent available, and Ennis is available. And Ennis, I don't think will get an Errol Spence fight, and he shouldn't take a Porter fight either for the same reasons I don't want Porter to take a Crawford fight right now. For anybody who's casually listening and doesn't know why I don't want Shawn Porter to fight Crawford right now, let alone Jaron Ennis, is because he still hasn't even said he feels 100% off of the COVID, right? Like, has it been 2 weeks? And do you want him to go right into a big name fight? No, sir. I think Bud is the best option because what will we be happy about if that Bud announces not name, right? Because if he gets the Pacquiao fight, fair play. If he gets the Errol Spence fight, fair play. But if it's not Earl and if it's not Pacquiao, who are we going to be happy with Bud? So his option is Ennis. Like, that is a very sexy fight. But the thing is, promoters will say it's premature. It's premature. We should be capitalizing off this, is what they'll say. But I read an interesting article this morning, man. I'm trying to figure the name or why the author took me down the route, but it was about marination in boxing, right? And what I mean by that is promoters over marinate a certain fight to capitalize on financial dollars, right? And what happens is we, the fight fans, either end up losing a very sexy fight or it gets derailed because they were trying to build it too long, when like history shows us, and even some people now, they don't need 30 fights. They don't need 25 fights, and they don't need 3 fights separately between 2 opponents to try and figure out like, oh yeah, I want to see Earl versus Crawford. No, we want to see that right now. And guess what? There were people doing that at 17. Like Wilfredo Benitez became a champ at 17. So it's like no one is waiting, or people weren't always waiting for this allegedly, creating greatness. Like, these dudes, they talk about the 4 kings. Go check their resume. I bet you they wasn't freaking waiting until they was 30 something years old. Like, these dudes were fighting young. Mike Tyson, Leonard, these guys were young in the ring facing each other. And in our generation, honestly, they're on this marination shit. He's a
little scared man. He's a very small, scared man.
It's just the truth. We had 7 years of Mayweather-Pac marination. How many years already are we going on Crawford and Earl marination? How many years are we going on Earl and Thurman marination? It's just like over marination. Give us the fight. So, some people will say, oh, well, Ennis is too young at 23. Let him get a few more fights. But then Teofimo did it at what? Just turned 23 and he was 22 when he did it? You understand? So let's just stop the BS. Marination is something that the promoters invented. Again, to maximize in case their guy loses. But if Ennis is ready at 23, Why not? How old was Floyd when he fought Chiquinito Hernandez, right? Like, it's on you, not the promoter, to tell you it's too soon. What do you mean it's too soon? Well, then what about Shakur? Shakur was more than ready to face Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez is the one that vacated and forced him to fight for a vacant title. You know what I'm saying? So fighters have been doing this shit all our life, is all I'm saying. We don't have to believe that we need to build up this fight. Oh, let him maximize. No. What interview did we just do where the dude was like, yo, I'm taking less to get this opportunity? You know, and that's just that.
Yeah, Dion the Equalizer, man. Nicholson, yo, shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, yeah, you gotta take these risks, these cuts, you know, doing more for less sort of situations sometimes, and you know, they pay off, man. They really do pay off. Jaron, you know, even though I feel like it would be a great matchup. I mean, it's a good match, man. It's a matchup that, you know, would excite so many, you know. A young Jaron Ennis versus a Terence Crawford, but I mean, do we stick to reality, or am I a little brash in saying it like that? Because like I just don't see Terence Crawford, you know, offering Jaron Boots Ennis a fight. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he just has, you know, like you mentioned earlier, the Pac-Man fight still probably available to him, and maybe waiting for other things. And you already know Terence, man. Terence, you know, he's living good, he says. You know what I'm saying? If he's not gonna get what he wants and what he feels is best for his career, he's not gonna go for it. So it's like, who do we pitch?
But I think it's different now. I think before Saturday, he had to prove himself. So before Saturday, there was only Errol and Crawford. I think after Saturday, he kind of proved, hey, I'm right here. Like, don't fight each other and leave. I'm also just as great. Like, that's what I'm seeing. Again, he's similar to Crawford, switching from both sides, you know.
It's a beautiful fight. I mean,
skilled,
look,
you know,
it would be high level.
He's got almost 10 years on those dudes. If they fight him right now, youth could even get him by, right? Like maybe what you think, right? And by you, I mean, I'm generalizing the viewing public and listening audience. But maybe what you think is he's, you know, his opponent is too skilled for him. He might notch it because he's younger, you know, and just fresher. Like, bro, his power was there all night. This dude was, and again, he gets a little wide. He got, like Teddy Atlas said, he gets a little fat with those hooks, you know. But it's because he's throwing everything. Wow. Did you see how he's fucking whipping them shits,
bro? He was hitting Lipinets so hard with such like popping. I mean, the snap, everything was perfect insane, when he was hitting them. It was
insane.
I felt bad for Lipinets, bro, and I knew he wasn't gonna be able to take that the whole night. You know, he took some to give some.
I mean, it was clear he couldn't hang, bro. Like my man was just, you know, again, he got hit, but easy comparison for a podcast to visualize it is he was like in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? He was dodging the bullets, but he was being hit sometimes. But most of Lipinets' shots we're missing widely. My man pulling out, coming in, ducking under, working the body. Bruh, he throwing 4 5s and 6s. This ain't 1 2s. Like, and that's what I'm saying. We gotta compare him to the top because Earl is like, he learned how to dominate with 1 2s. You know, 1 2 to the head or left, 3 4, you know, like he's doing 2 punch combinations at a time, whether it's uppercut hook or jab right hand or double left hook. Like he ain't giving you 1 2 3 4 5. Like this kid is like pop, 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 and they all got pop. I heard he got some pop, pop, pop.
He was whipping his punches, man. Yo, I was feeling for Lipinets, man. I'm like, man.
I feel like we might see him fall. That's how much he's putting. Like, He might miss one day and just do one of those turn with the punches type of thing.
Yeah. So much velocity.
He
in the
got
punch.
so much torque in the punch, man. He's like literally. I'm like, whoa. I felt bad for Lipinets, man. He couldn't hang. It was just, you can see, it was evident that he was like European, like, he almost was like telegraphing, like very slow, and it was just like, and he was lunging too. He was trying.
Yeah, he was trying, bro.
You gotta give him that.
You gotta give him his props.
Yo, and then I fucking tell y'all Delorme was gonna be tough for that dude.
Whoever,
Centennius or whatever. Yo, I gotta go back and watch that
monster,
too.
Though.
I gotta go back and watch. Yeah, he a monster, but I told Delorme, he's like wine, man. He's gotten better with age. It's freaking crazy, and I feel like, especially after listening to Tony Harrison's interview today with Brian Custer. Shout out Brian Custer, Last Stand podcast, man. Bro, I just pray. What's the kid we was just talking about? Fuck.
Which one?
The one, Delorme. I just pray Delorme wins a title, man. These kids doing
You've been
this
rooting
shit.
for him for a little bit.
Nah, it's not
your
even
man's Delorme.
It's not even because he's my man's. It's because, like I said, after hearing Tony Harrison, like these dudes doing this shit since 5, man. Like especially a dude like Delorme, he was born in raised in Puerto Rico, so he had that upbringing that was all boxing and. Bro, doing this shit all your life, getting to all these title opportunities, bro. And how do they do it? How do you lose and then keep fucking fighting to do it again and try again? And I just hope he gets it, man. Well,
let's get to some of these super chats. Good morning, everybody. You're tuning into the Boxing Voice. And we are going to touch on the super chats this morning. It's Mr. Rodney Evans says, morning, TBV. May I get your honest opinion? Does this kid even last with Crawford if they fight, man?
Again, man, I can't disrespect Crawford. My man's power seems to be real. And hold up. My first interview, Austin Trout, is very Vale.
Let's go, champ. Well, let me just read this next one then. We already know. Whether he is or is not the question, right? I feel like there would be a great fight. I can't say that he's being fast-tracked. He got 26 fights in the pros now. Obviously the opposition's a little different in the sense that, you compared to the Tio. Tio had fought a couple of, champs before he got there, or just one maybe, right? Rich Comey. So let's go to the next one. George, the Soul Survivor.
Well, let me, people are like, well, he's saying, does this kid even last with Crawford if they fight? And, that we don't know. And let's, not argue. Let's say the probability is no. Maybe Crawford gets the stoppage. He's on a tear. People think he's the best in the world. He's been fighting elite, top level opposition. But again, for all the reasons that we mentioned, of other people doing it ahead of time, before the generalized schedule of a fighter and how that fighter is supposed to, his career is supposed to go or be launched, right? So like, it could be Ennis time. He's still 10 years younger than Crawford, man. Why does 10 years younger only matter when the dude's 40? Like, why can't it matter when the dude's 30? Right? Like, get the fuck out of here. 10 years is 10 years. Yes, that's 10 years lack of experience, but 10 years is 10 years, man. Like, would he really even last with Crawford? Did you ask that about Tyson? When he did it young and early, under 21, did we ask that about Benavidez? No, we let them be great and be called the youngest champion. Come on, man. Like, give him a shot. Give him a shot. And if nobody questioned when Canelo, Canelo had like 30-something fights, but, In theory, he was considered young because he started his career at 15 and had no amateur background and was being thrusted into, hypothetically, a Mayweather shot. And he lost and he learned from it. Why can't Jaron lose to Crawford and turn around and beat Earl because he got experience in the Crawford fight, right? Like, I don't know, man. That was my answer.
So it's sort of that protect the whole don't let it go type of thing. But George the Soul Survivor says Jaron Ennis versus Conor Benn.
We'll never get it.
What do you think?
We'll never get it because Ben's name is going to be bigger. Ben is going to be the son of a legend. Ben is already doing his thing in the UK where Jaron is just starting the sizzle. Like, he just put the egg on a skillet Saturday night. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he takes B-side status, if they all... First of all, we know he's B-side. Second of all, Matchroom not offering that fight no time soon. When Conor Benn fights an American, it's going to be an American that he can beat, and it's going to be an American to introduce him to Americans. Like Dillian White had a Mark on Tan, like AJ tried to take a Ruiz or a Big Baby, right? Like, both those dudes, in theory, back then were not top. They were not the three.
Looks like Austin Trout's on. What's up, champ?
Austin, what's going on, my friend? How are you? Good morning, man.
Grand Rising. I'm good. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're great. Doing what we love, man, which is talk about you guys. And I'm excited to talk to you because there's so many rumors circulating, and I'm glad you took the time to come on the show. Even though you probably can't answer them all, you're still here to allow us to ask you, is this Amir Khan fight going down with you, man? Because not only did I find it on Instagram, but you kind of like commented at the bottom, and you're putting all praise to God. So I'm assuming that you are hoping, fingers crossed, that you get this.
Yeah, honestly, when you sent me that was the first time I saw that. Now, I've been calling around trying to get something bubbling, and Amir Khan is a name that we've reached out to. But to be 100% honest, Khan's team ain't never really reached back. So I honestly think it's just rumors. I don't know if there's anything substantial to the poster. I pray it comes through because, to be honest, when I found out about the Cotto fight, it was kind of the same way. It was like, hey, yo, you got the Cotto fight for real? Congratulations. Like, what? Hold on, let me call somebody. And then, the Al call later was like, yeah, you got the Cotto fight. So I'm hoping it's a repeat of something like that, and there's some substance to it. But as far as I know, I don't think it, we haven't been in no serious talks.
When's the last time you talked to Sylvia?
Man,
been a minute?
It's been a little while. When her father passed, I reached out, giving my, condolences.
Okay. So the reason I asked is because, you posted back in March 1st a screenshot of you and Broner, got a lot of traction on your social media, and I think that's a perfect fight. I mean, and he's like on social media begging for another opportunity. He doesn't want to be on a standstill. And I want to see you get to welterweight. I still want the Crawford fight. He still doesn't have an opponent on his resume as accomplished as you. I still believe you can get that before you retire, but we got to get that done.
I know you can do it, man. You got the.
I do think you can do it, man. I think you can get it. Listen, not Pacquiao, not Earl. Who else is out there that has the name to draw, Exactly. Your hand is raised. I feel the same way.
No, I would love the Crawford fight, and I know there's a lot of talks about him and Manny Pacquiao about the fight. But listen, if that don't happen, I could be a left-hander to jump right in that slot. So I'm ready. I'm training. I'm in shape. Weight's good. I can make 47 within a matter of weeks right now.
Now, you do have something cooking, or is that another false announcement? Because I follow ring announcer Jones, and he posted something on his social media that he'll be calling one of your fights April 24th.
Nah, false. That's that fight card that was put together by Charles Russo. I don't know if you know that name.
Mm-hmm.
You look them up. But when they reached out because they're doing this boxer and MMA union deal, which sounds like a good idea. We've always been like, yo, we could get a boxers union and we could all come together, get taken care of. But the problem with the boxing union as of right now is that ain't nobody really doing nothing with it. He's put together some cards in the name of a boxing union, but these cards haven't came into fruition. And this card is no different. They told me months ago. They was like, yeah, we want to throw this card together. I was like, all right, cool. Just to keep myself protected, I'm gonna need an advance. You know what I mean? It's just not even extra money, just some of the money you're gonna.
A sign of good faith.
Yeah. And that never happened, but I started seeing my name on some things, so I was like, hey, look, my part's not paid. You have to take that down. So we're not fighting. They haven't gotten what I've asked for, and even the matchmaker's like, I don't know about this one, man. So yeah, I'm gonna have to tell him to take that down. Stop using my name.
So what's the status with you and Impact Network and Steve Marcano? Is that 3-fight deal done? Because I know you've gotten 249-pound fights so far, right? Or does he still owe you one, or did you guys part?
So he only did one. That other fight I got that fight.
Okay.
That was me. As far as Impact goes, I don't think they're doing anything, let alone doing anything with me. I have no ill feelings. I just, don't like being jerked around and having my name used to propel
their platform.
Yeah, to propel your platform. And I believed in it. I believed it could have been something, but they didn't do nothing with it. You know what I mean? I think my fight was probably they had a Lou DiBella fight, but my fight was probably one of the last fights that they, as far as Impact, ran. So again, no ill feelings. Just it ain't what it is.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, so we had Castillo Clayton on the show this past week, and he's a welterweight. I don't know if you watched this fight with Sergey Lipinets, who just now lost to Jaron Ennis. He's a free agent, Austin. He's a free agent, exactly. So he said he's more than willing to fight you. He feels like he's in the same predicament. He can't get these fights. He's kind of working with PBC, he said. As you can see, he got the Lipinets fights, and they've offered his services to other PBC fighters that have turned it down. He said, Shawn specifically said, no, but I get Shawn at this age and time. He ain't trying to look back. I mean, but you are trying to make a name for yourself at welterweight. That's a top 10 welterweight. Anybody you think you can call, not that I want you to put their name out there, but do you think you can call someone that can facilitate this fight? Is this a fight that you think can happen? Because, boxing likes to say, well, if the two fighters agree, we got to fight. I mean, that man is agreed in theory, and he seems hungry enough. Obviously, you would be the biggest name on Castillo Clayton's resume as well, especially being from Canada. So for him, he's all in. On your end, obviously, he's not the biggest name, not what you're looking for at 47, but in order to get what you want, you have to prove to people that you can get through him. So is this something we can do, or am I just fantasizing, man?
Nah, this is something that definitely can be done, or we can do. They're like, look, if two fighters agree to fight, then it should be made, and it should be that way. But then you have to figure out, well, who's going to pay for it, though? Because, Clayton, I'm sure he wants to get a decent paycheck. I for sure want to get a decent paycheck. I ain't never been greedy. I just want to get paid for my time. So, if we could find somebody to give us, some change to get that scrap going, that'd be great.
I gotta look after my investment.
I mean, how's the relationship with Espinoza? When's the last time you talked to Espinoza or Chris de Blasio over there? Like anybody? Because I mean, Lipinets was over there.
Our relationship is good. I never left on any bad terms. I don't talk to them much, but I don't think it'd be anything to have Bob Spagnuolo to reach out, or even reach out myself. But again,
wait. Say that name again. Who you got working on your behalf? Bob, you said?
Bob Spagnola. That was my old manager. We just, we still do some business together.
Okay.
He always tries to help me. When he gave me my release letter, I swear, I felt like he left me alone for a little bit. I was alone in this game, but he's back helping me out on some things.
On paper or just like a working relationship?
Just out of love. Yeah.
Beautiful. Listen, free agency, that's important. That's why I'm bringing up the Castillo thing because, there's no promoters to block that, right? And both of you guys have, previous or working relationships with Showtime. And I'm hoping that can happen for you because I don't want to see you get a welterweight opportunity when it's already too late. Like they made you stick around at welterweight for so long and now, you finally get that shot and it's like, oh, Trout got old overnight. I want you to get a shot. Like, because like you were competitive in all your fights. Even both those Charlo fights, like people don't really, I don't know what they see, but you were a tough fight for the both of them. And I think that the common thing in all your fights is maybe you didn't belong at 54. It just sucks that you're trying to get the 47 at this age. But how old do you feel, Austin?
Man, I feel like I'm 26, bro.
Because we were talking about age, man. We were talking about age, and Terence Crawford is 33. Jaron Boots just got a win Saturday night. He's 23? And we're saying, like, will Crawford give a guy 10 years younger an opportunity? And how do you feel about that? Obviously, Ennis is another person that Showtime is very high on, and he's in need of opponents. And now, after Saturday night's statement, I mean...
Ennis is the truth. Boots is no joke. He's a junior middleweight size frame body with the reach, but he got speed like a junior welterweight. He got power like a middleweight. It's definitely a problem. I ain't never been scared of nobody. So if they make that money fight right, I'll take that fight. But I definitely gonna need to get paid for that one.
So that's the thing. I know I told you to jump in, my friend. Give me 1 second. See, that's the thing, though, right?
Do your thing.
So because of the danger in that fight, you're like, they're gonna need to pay me. So then that makes it a bigger fight than what he is, right? Because to us, he's that new up and coming guy, but has he bubbled enough to sell the tickets? Like, are they gonna be able to give y'all the money? Is there a budget to make that fight? Like, is Austin's number realistic? Because again, he's he just main evented. It's just, is the money there? Is what I'm trying to, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say, Austin? Stop
I know what you're saying. And honestly, maybe not. Maybe the money ain't there yet. But I'm not, like I said, I ain't never been no greedy cat to ever outprice myself. I always just kind of looked at what's fair. Now, Boots Ennis, he's gonna be a world champion. So, like, do you want him to get that title off of my name? Well, you're gonna have to pay for that. Or do you want to let him get that title and then, use my name to propel forward? Still, you're going to have to pay for that. Either way, I put in a lot of work in this game, in my opinion. And I know that they were trying to get me to be a gatekeeper for a long time. And that's not the direction I'm trying to do at this age, at this point in my career. But I'll do it if I have to get to where I need to be. Feel me?
Definitely.
So Ennis is definitely going to be a problem for the welterweight division, but he's just a man. At the end of the day, he got to put his legs on one. He got to put his pants on one leg at a time. You know what I'm saying?
But for you, do you really think he could beat you? Again, I'm no fighter, and I just started. I just started sparring like 4 years ago, but like you've been in there with Miguel Cotto, both Charlos. Like, is a kid whose biggest name, Sergey Lipinets, who's really 140, really gonna beat a 154 pounder, or is the 35? Because again, B-Hop did it past 35. Floyd did it.
I don't think anybody can beat me when I'm active and I'm on my ish like I am right now. I don't think anybody can beat me, not even Ennis. And I think. I saw a lot of things that Lipinets was able to do to Ennis that I felt like he shouldn't have been able to touch him so easily because Ennis got the superior skills, defense, all that. And Lipinets to catch him with a whole bunch of shit. So, there's some holes in this game, and if we're gonna get that, it'd be better to do it now than later, before he tightens all that up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. That's I mean, I think it's a realistic opportunity for you again, right? Like, Ennis has some sort of legal issues, right? I mean, Jake Donovan tweeted out yesterday, I believe. Jake Donovan from Boxing Scene says, curious what level of opposition PBC will continue to feed, choice of words, an unsigned Boots Ennis until his lawsuit is settled. He's ready for a title shot, though. I'd be shocked if that's next. With that, I'd say a realistic option is the winner of Abel Ramos, Omar Figueroa. Look, if it's Omar for Ennis, that's a home run, right? You got a young Mexican, only lost once to Jamal James. He's big in San Antonio area, and it's a black versus a Mexican. I mean, it's the Mayweather blueprint, right? Follow the money print. So why not take that? But again, I still feel your name holds more weight than most of those options that are out there.
I'm a tougher fight too. I'm a tougher fight than Omar. For
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Omar's also a junior welterweight. Actually started at 135, moving up. So it would be an easy. It's the matchup he needs, though. I'll be honest with you. It'll be like all these punches. It'll be a nice television fight. But yeah, those are like his options. So I think that if you put it out to the universe where it can get to their ears, you are a sexier name. Like, if I'm a fighter, who do I want? Omar or Austin, who beat Miguel Cotto and faced both the Charlo brothers? I want to fight Austin Trout. More people seen Austin Trout. More people know Austin Trout. Like, Omar's cool.
Facts.
Omar's cool to build my brand and to build me to the Mexican fan base, but to propel me in the eyes of the casual, I need that Trout name. And again, you need that Ennis name if you want Errol and Crawford to take you serious. Unless I don't know, why you never call Bob yourself, man? I think he's thirsty for a fight. Crawford contract is up in October.
I've had some people reach out, and Bob was interested, especially after that whole thing with Bob was like, I can't promote Crawford. That was foul on Bob's part, in my opinion, too, though. But after that, he was throwing some interest, like, hey, we might be able to get this Trout fight going. But then I guess the Pacquiao negotiation started, and Trout had to take the back seat to that negotiation, which is fine. But we did reach out. We've reached out to Top Rank. Look, Crawford ain't got no opponent. And he needs a legit name. You know what I'm saying? Mean Machine wasn't cutting it.
Yo, also another free agent. Yo, start taking the ball. Do you know Justin Biggs?
Nah, I don't know that.
Brooklyn Tour. I'm gonna tag you and stuff. They got their own network, black owned. I mean, I know you kind of went and did the whole black owned network, and it ain't work out so well. But this is
you gotta get the right one. That one right now.
You just gotta get the right one, man. That's it. Justin Big has his own app. It's called the BPE Network, and they put on fights. Actually, Cassius Chaney fought on one of their fights. Evan Holyfield fought on one of their fights. Willie Monroe commentated one of their fights. We commentated one of their fights, and he's doing his thing. I don't know that the budget is there, but he can definitely keep you moving, right?
Hey man, listen. Like I said, I'm just trying to stay active
exactly
until the money comes. So. Activity is key.
I'm gonna send you his info, man, because I believe that you just need to continue to get these welterweight fights. See, first it was a thing like, oh, Trout could fight Crawford. It's like, man, he ain't even no welterweight. Let him make welterweight. So you really need to make welterweight. I know 149 is basically telling them I can make welterweight, but maybe they not fighting you because you ain't get a legit welterweight fight. So we need that one legit welterweight fight where it's like, wow, he's really here. As far as power though, how have you been feeling that welterweight, and how do you think that power would be versus some of the elite level welterweights?
The power feels good. I'm moving some of these young little boys at welterweight. I've always been able to keep a motherfucker off me. At welterweight, I feel like it should be able to sting a little more. But just to keep it a buck, these welterweights are as big as the junior middleweights. It's just that the junior middleweights are as big as light heavyweights. So I'm just going to fight somebody my size, instead of being a weight bully. Yeah. I'm just going to fight somebody my size.
Now, how important is welterweight for you? Let me give you a scenario. Obviously, Danny Garcia just did an interview saying, I'm going to go up to 54. Tony Harrison says, I love Danny at 40. I love him at 47. He's actually one of Danny's biggest fans, but at 54, he's little Danny. Would you turn around and drop your welterweight aspirations if they called you for Danny?
Absolutely. In fact, I was going down to welterweight because one of the first names I wanted was Danny Garcia. I was like, man, if I get to welterweight, Danny Garcia, that's a big name. And I'm not saying an easy fight, but I feel like my style would give him problems. So yeah, absolutely. I would fight 54 for the right fight too. I'll just make it 147 to open up better options.
Mm-hmm. Now, have you gotten a call from Erickson Lubin's team? Or obviously you guys probably have the same team because of Al, but I mean and a call for that fight? Because they seem to say that no 154-pounder wants to fight him. Like, they can't get a fight. You know what I mean? So has that fight ever been offered to you, Lubin?
It was a couple years ago. It was like right after he lost to Jamal. And then I got the Charlo fight. And then it was after I lost to Charlo, I think they was calling out. I was a little bit pissed off about the loss. So I was like, not now, Lubin. I gotta figure out what I'm doing in my life, man. But I haven't had no nothing since then, since like 2018.
Why do you think your career has kind of stand still a little bit? Like you used to be, I feel like, I don't know if it's safe to say, but it was like one of Al's guys. How you get all these top name Al Heyman fighters plus the Canelo fight, and now it's like, damn, can we, like, if you got a welterweight dream, why can't you achieve that? Like, I mean, haven't you done enough where, like, damn, they could throw you this, help you further this part of your career? I'm kind of tight, honestly, man. It's been a minute since you've been in the right type of fight.
You're right, and I can't tell you why. Just that things ain't all sweet over the PBC side, I guess. Or they just don't love me like they used to. I don't know.
And what about Dazn? I mean, I hear Jesse Vargas trying to move to 54.
I know, and we've been trying to get something like that. Jesse Vargas, Josecito Lopez. Those are the types of fights that we would love to get our foot into the welterweight door.
Well, Jesse's moving up though.
I know he's moving up, and I'll go to 54. That's fine. That's the name I was looking for. And we're asking for those fights, but we even reached out to Eddie Hearn and was like, look, Trout's at 47. You got any options? Eddie said he's got some options for me, but never came back.
Yo, you know what? What about now that Conor Ben just starting to bubble? Did you see his fight Saturday versus he knocked out him?
Samuel Vargas, man.
I didn't like that stoppage. I'm gonna be real. Like, he took some big right hands. He
should have given him an 8 count.
At least. Yeah. Doomy, your camera's off, right? That's why I haven't had you on screen. You got me.
And no standing 8 count. But go ahead.
They didn't give him no standing 8. But what you think of Conor Ben's son? What you think of Conor Ben, the son of Nigel Ben?
No, he's a good fighter, man. He's definitely got a lot of potential. I'll be down to go ahead and teach him a lesson because he's not tightened up yet. And
would you go over there though? Because obviously they're building him over there.
Yeah, I'll go over there. Like I've been saying, I'm trying to get back to my whole travel-ish. I'll go in the backyards, do what I gotta do.
I wonder if Dazn would be interested in that fight being in America, as they're a U.S. broadcaster, and you're a big. I mean, you've been in the ring with Canelo. That should mean something to these networks.
It should definitely mean something, But again, you're only as good as your last victory, so we need to go ahead and get another good win that we can remember me.
Yep, that was gonna be my next question. Like, I know you mentioned a bunch of names. Like, who was that name from Mr. Trout himself that would make him feel like, yeah, that's the name I got to you know what I'm saying, to start the fire back again in other people's minds.
Like I said, that Jesse Vargas would be a perfect fight. And again, Josecito Lopez, these are all they're not the top tier name guys, but they're still good names that, you know, a decent win over them will get me back in the talks.
What do you think about this guy? I don't know if this guy's, you know, made it, but my chat keeps bringing his name up. And I've watched his fights. They're fan friendly. I don't think he's on your level at all.
Not even close.
But Ted Cheeseman, have you heard of him?
Cheeseman.
Nah. All right. Ted Cheeseman is a name that Eddie might offer you. He's a 154-pound domestic fighter that is definitely got the people behind him, but he's got a few losses. I think he lost to the dude Boo Boo's gonna fight, right, guys? Did he lose to Liam?
Yeah, he lost to him. Yeah.
He lost to Liam Williams, I believe. You know, but I mean, look, it's our UK audience saying, Ted Cheeseman. If they pay you, they pay you, man.
I'll go across the pond. We can get this Cheeseman fight going. I need to get active. Yeah.
For real, man. I want to see you active, and I don't want to see you jump right into a Crawford or any big name without like a proper tune-up. You know what I'm saying? I want you to have the right opportunity, or be ready when you take that opportunity. But look, we got some questions from the people. Francis, do you have anything? I know I hogged Austin today, but it's been a minute since we last interviewed him.
I'll ask him on the back end after the people get their question out.
Yeah, he lost to Scott Fitzgerald and Sergio Garcia.
Oh yeah, Sergio's that dude from Spain. We never seen him after that, right? I bet you they bring him back now for oh well, that would be a good rematch. But anyway, King Amin in Essex, New Jersey says, peace, champ. Austin, no doubt Trout is a name that has so much credibility over the last 10 years. Even as you work your way down to 147, my question is, which fight or fighters gave you the idea that you'd be able to be successful at welterweight? Whose scalp do you need before it's all said and done?
So after I fought, really when I fought Hurd, I was like, man, these cats are too big, because it went Jamal Charlo, then I fought Hurd, then I fought Jamel Charlo. Three, very big junior middleweights. And it was after that third one, I was like, man, you know, they coming down from, and I saw Hurd in between the fight too, and I was like, bro, this cat is at least 225.
Wow.
Damn. Yo, he was sparring with F.A. over there in Houston.
Yo, homie was at least 225. And I know Jamal went up to middleweight, but homie was at least walking around 195. And so I was like, look, these guys are coming down from, 200 plus to make 54. Yeah. And, if they can do that, then I should be able to come down from, the 180 something pounds that I get up to 147. And then it really, when I was in camp fighting, getting ready to fight Gaucher, and I seen Spence. Spence was in the gym, and he was in between fights. And homie looked like he was at least goddamn 190 something pounds. You know what I mean? My size, my weight, my frame. So I'm like, look, this joke is getting down to 47. Then all I need is a little more discipline, and I can make it.
Yeah.
These cats making it, I can make it, and that'll make it, in a sense, for me, a little more fair, because I'm not fighting these heavyweights. I'll be fighting, some more of a middleweight, welterweight type of style body. So that was what made me decide to attempt it. And I don't want to leave the game talking about, well, what if. I want to do it so that there's no regret or no thoughts about having it. And what scalp do I need before it's all said and done? I would love to get all those names that you mentioned. Give me a Thurman. Thurman needs a fight. Give me a Garcia. Give me a Broner. Give me a Crawford. Give me a Spence. Any one of these guys would help me feel accomplished, in the sense that I'm like, all right, I'm good. I did enough for now.
Woo! Let's go.
Why do you
feel me?
Why do you think you would do better than Porter, right? Like, cause like Porter's style is like, yo, all in your face, make it ugly, punches nonstop. And Earl handled that. Like, what would Trout do differently? And I know styles make fights, and you don't got a Porter style, but what is it that Trout would do different to an Errol Spence?
I'll be working smarter, not harder.
I mean, that jab looks serious, Trout. I mean, he put that on Mikey all night and on Porter all night.
Well, my jab is serious too. You know,
Danny,
I got a serious jab, and being too left-handed, it's like it's gonna be a battle of the jabs. And I think I'm very confident I'll beat that jab. That my jab will win that fight.
Actually, I meant Danny. You're right, Francis. In the Porter fight,
you put it on Mikey too.
No. I said Mikey, but I meant Danny when I said Porter, because on Porter fight he fought Porter's fight. And what about Crawford? Do you think you being a natural southpaw and him switching to southpaw, there's some tricks you can still teach him? Or which one's the tougher fight for you? Is Crawford the trickier guy to I guess crack the code?
Crawford would be the harder fighter to figure out, if that makes sense. You know, to get in the rhythm or to get the beat. Spence would just be a harder fight. It's not even about figuring him out. He's just jab, left hand, jab, left hand. But you know, he brings it. He comes and he's gonna walk you down. He's gonna try to beat you up. Yeah. I'm not saying that Crawford doesn't have that mean streak, just tries to fuck you up, because he does. But you know, it takes him a while to get into it. And if I could get into the lead, into the rhythm, he may never catch it.
Let me ask you.
Spence, so I'm saying Crawford's harder to figure out. Spence would just be a harder fight.
Why do people think that Spence is like the more physically imposing dude, but it's Crawford that has like a 9-fight knockout streak?
Again, I think you just gotta look at who they've been fighting. Spence has the better resume. You know, Crawford, he's been knocking people out, but you know, those people were mixed with who? And okay,
come on, preach, Austin. Come on, preach.
Nah. But listen, but look, I'm with you. And
I got an offer. Hold on, Ness. Come on, man. I got an offer for Austin, man. He preaching right now, man.
I'm just saying, I'm with you. Like, I'm obviously one of those guys that questions the opposition of Crawford, but I have to ask you, can you stop everybody he stopped? At least that last 9, them some names. I mean, not names, but they're like Mean Machine. I think Mean Machine made a name for himself with that Crawford fight. I don't know how they cut him. I can't believe they cut him.
Crawford hurt a little bit in there.
Yeah, I can't believe they cut him.
The problem with Mean Machine is that, you know, that's not his name. Whatever his name is.
Kavalauskas.
Yeah, there you go.
Just Kavalauskas.
Yeah, see, and so really that wasn't even a good fight for Crawford, because it's like, who? And then he gave him a little bit of problem, but Crawford ended up stepping up and stopping. Again, I think it's just the opposition. I think Spence would have stopped every one of those people that Crawford stopped.
Would you have stopped every last one of them dudes? That's Jeff Horn. You would have stopped Jeff Horn.
I was trying to get to Australia to go stop Jeff Horn. But Crawford beat me to it.
Oh, so you was trying to get him when he was undefeated. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And what about Benavidez, though? People like that fight. They felt like he was a tall welterweight, strong Mexican style.
Coming up 140.
So you think because he was coming up, you'd have stopped him?
Oh yeah. He's coming up 140. I'm coming from 154. You know what I mean? I think the jab would have dazed him out.
Well, Crawford stopped Khan, the guy you want to fight.
He should, and Khan quit. You know, more than Crawford stopped him. But correct. He stopped Khan, and I believe I would do the same. You know, he doesn't like the right hand. It comes from a way that it's hard for him to see. That's my jab.
What about Kell Brook?
Yes, sir. I definitely would have stopped Kell Brook.
Kell Brook?
Yes, sir.
Kell Brook pretty tough, man.
I mean,
he was. I don't even know what to say. You know, he's only got 3 losses. They're all 3 great fighters, but you know. Wear and tear, I guess. I don't know. You think he comes back? You think he makes a comeback, or you think that was the last one for him?
I don't know. I think he'll come back for the Khan fight. I know Khan was saying that he wants Brook before he retires. I think Kell will come back for that.
All right. Well, let me get to these people's questions. Scott, the Christian Fight Fan, says, "What's up, champ? Would you take the smoke with Jaron Boots Ennis?" You kind of answered that and said, "Hell yeah." Lid's Low Indicator Georgia says, "How's it going, Warrior? What goal do you want to accomplish in the welterweight division? Always good to see you get in the ring and swing, Warrior.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to be a world champion. Two-time, two-weight world champion sounds like, you know what I mean, some legend-ish. Yes. I know people have done it before, but for me, you know, that would be a huge accomplishment.
Big Cash.
I was world champion the first time, so to do it again when I'm not supposed to is kind of that'd be all I need.
Yeah. Big Casual says, "What's up, champ? Do you think a dominant win over Amir Khan will help you get you a title shot at 147? If you had an opportunity to pick which champ you could fight next at 147, which would you want to crack at first? Ugas, Spence, or Bud?"
I do think if a dominating win over Amir Khan would jump me into a championship style fight. And if I had a choice to pick, oh man, I'll just go straight to Bud. There just ain't no half stepping. Why even, no shade to Ugas. He's a tough fight, tough champion. I think Spence and Ugas is probably gonna be made next, so Spence can collect all the belts. But I'll just go straight to Bud, and then then Spence will be wanting to fight me.
Why Bud though? Like, is this something you think you can? Is it just to get, because that fight will drive Errol to you, or because
that'll drive
exactly?
I take Bud, right, which will be a big fight in itself, and then I'm set up for the biggest fight in the welterweight game. And then it's just like, ain't nobody talking about Bud no more. It's like, oh snap, Trout. We was sleeping on him, but yeah, the guy that beat Cotto, that guy that took Canelo for all his money, and he's out here about to make a huge fight with Spence. I think it'd be big. I think it'd be bigger than Crawford and Spence, because right now that's just a fantasy. We just want to see what Crawford could do against an elite active fighter.
That is definitely what I want to see, bro. We got David Maldonado, New York City. What's up, champ? You've been in with everyone, so my question to you is, can you rank these fighters in your specific order, being that you faced each of them? Canelo, both Charlos, Lara, and Hurd.
Rank is the hardest. So out of all those fighters, the hardest fight for me was Lara. To keep it a buck, I never wanted a fight to be over so bad. All those other fights, I wanted one more round. You know what I mean? It's like, man, if I just had another round, But the Lara fight, I'm like, man, what round is
it? Why? You gotta explain that, man.
He had an answer for. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't get anything going. It was just a boring fight. He kept catching with that left hand. I started getting desperate and just trying to force it. It was he had me beat mentally, and then physically I couldn't force anything to go. It was just one of the longest fights I ever been in, man. Frustrating, aggravating. Definitely. I've never been dominated mentally like that before. With the Hurd fight. So, Lara being number one, Canelo definitely was the biggest fight. And Canelo, just keeping it a buck, he wasn't as good when I fought him as he is now. Like, he's gotten a whole bunch better. So as far as the best fight I fought, Canelo is now the best fight. It wasn't the best fight I fought, I'd say. Then it would go to Jamal, Charlo. I mean, he dropped me twice, but I was definitely in there. Then Hurd, and then Jamal, Charlo.
All right. Ian Brooks says, thanks for being on the show. Big fan from Las Cruces here. On your last pay-per-view card, there was a great-looking fighter, Brandon Wright, who lists you as his advisor. Can you tell us about advising young fighters and what advice you wish you had been given back when you started?
Absolutely. Brandon White, La Sombra, the great white shark. He's a hunted 112 pounder, but he's been fighting 118, 122 because it's hard to find grown men that weigh 112 pounds.
Say it again. They called me ignorant the other day because I said, "Oh, why you don't watch the?" It's like, bruh, like they not average. Happened? They not average sized men. It's no disrespect, but they got two jobs. That division or being a jockey on a horse. Like, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect though. They tougher than me. They get in there, but it's just like it's different. It's different.
Yeah, but he's definitely a freak of nature. The kid is tall. He's like 5'9", got a long wingspan. He could crack. He could, he's fast. Definitely can't wait to get him really get his numbers up so we can take him to, the Asian countries and get him a title shot quick. Yes. My biggest advice that I would wish somebody would give me would be, I would say perfect your craft, but that's kind of advice that I always took and did myself. I say probably the financial freedom. Like, every dollar that you make in the boxing ring, make that dollar work for you. It's blood money. Your blood runs out, and so will that blood money. You know what I'm saying? And if I had put some of these things away earlier instead of later, you know what I mean, I'd be super straight instead of just kind of straight.
I gotta ask, man, because when I met you was already married. So like, oh shit, he dropped all that damn Las Cruces internet. There he goes. You're back. I was already cursing your internet out. I know he's talking about man. I gotta ask because like when I met you was already married. So I'm like you got me a little bit shocked, like, as to what. Did you make a bad investment? Like, what? Because usually guys that spend their money early is because they still partying. I thought you was already married, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't make a bad investment. Nor did I did my wife let me just blow all the money. Just instead of putting that money to work, we just let it sit there. You know what I mean? It just sat in the bank because I was like, oh well, I'm just gonna let it sit there and save it, until something comes along. And instead of me going to find something to make it work for me, it just sat there. And it never doubled up, never tripled up, never nothing. It just sat there. You get your 0.01%, that's nothing. You know what I mean? I should have thrown it all in my retirement until I knew what to do.
I gotta ask again because we hear so many rumors that Al sets his guys up. Like, you didn't get no financial advice, no like investment tip, like, or you just chose not to take it?
No. I didn't. Not for me.
What the freak?
Not for me. I didn't get that service.
Yo, Trout, man, I feel like I need to ask what happened. Like, you kind of on the outside looking in of a team that you
was a part of.
Nah, help build, brother. Like, come on, like, you helped build that. Like, Al's first fight is like Berto and he helped I think Layman Brewster, but like after the departure from HBO, it was all you guys. Like, it's off the. I mean, you don't give. Look at all the names you gave an opportunity. You gave Hurd and both the Charlos an opportunity. I could say Laura gave you the opportunity. That was a little backwards, but I think you've already showed that you're a team player. I'm kind of mad you on the outside, bruh.
Yeah, bro, and I want to be mad about it too, but that's not gonna do anything for me. If I start getting upset about the way it is and the way it should be, I'll be too focused on that instead of trying to focus on how I'm gonna get myself. I don't want to say out of this hole. I'm not in a hole. I need a good fight, and I need a good network to give me the good fight. So like, instead of focusing on what should be and what could be, I'm just focused on what it is and where I am.
We got to try and work this UK market, man. Conor Benn, he's the new thing,
Conor
right?
Benn, let's go. There was a Sam Eggington that they were gonna, let me beat up to get my name up.
Josh Kelly,
fight you, Cheeseman. I'll go look at you. I gotta look at your film, but I'll fight you, Cheeseman. I'm trying to travel, take it back to going to people's hometowns and beat them up like that.
You're gonna have to do your best Winky Wright impression, man. He took his game on the road and he was forced, he forced noticeability on him. But we got a few more. Coach Myers in Connecticut. Good morning, champ. Who's your toughest fight in the pros? Who was the best skilled fighter you fought in the pros? You kind of just answered that.
Laura.
All right, Laura. James Benitez. This isn't James from San Antonio, but this is James. Back call, James. Says, campaigning at 147, I look at you as living legend. Over the past weeks, we've been talking about potential opponents we would like to see you fight. Champ, how you feel about Castillo Clayton fight? He's available and it's a name that'll put you in title contention quick. We talked about that with Sergey Lipinets.
I'm with it.
Both free agents, let's make it happen. Castillo, actually, my co-host is, I'm drawing a blank. Francis from Canada. Contact your Canadian brethren. We got Steve in the UK says, hey, champ, thanks for coming on the show. What keeps you motivated to keep fighting at your age? Are you solely motivated by money? And do you have an exit strategy in mind for when you're finally scratched that boxing itch? Thanks for coming on the show, Steve in the UK.
Good question. It's not money that's motivating me. It's legacy. I want to be put down as a, if not the great, a great. I want them to go back and say, look at Trout's record and look at who he fought and how he fought him. And, nothing was given easy to him, but he made the best out of what he was given. So it's really for legacy purposes. The money, I feel like I was saying, I'm just trying to stay active. You know what I mean? So the money will come as long as I can just stay active and get the right fights. The money will come, but more so, I want to be a great of our time. If at the least, you know what I mean? And I think a 2-time world champion in 2 weight divisions will help me lock that in.
Definitely. Dumi, can you get that last one? It's from Victor Banuelos.
I got you, champ. Victor Banuelos says, what's up, champ? I think fighters like yourself deserve more respect and recognition. You've been in there with absolutely everybody. Yes. My question is, who hits harder, Canelo or Jamal? Who do you think wins that fight? Respect, champ.
Canelo. I said Canelo hits harder. He was the first person to drop me. Jamal never dropped me. Not saying that Jamal wasn't strong. He was. I tried to push him around in there, and he was pretty solid. But Canelo, I think he's more. His punches were more explosive. Jamal is more of like that football strength. He could pick you up and tackle you if he wanted to, but Canelo had that explosive power, and that's. I think that was the difference.
How do you think that fight plays out? Because everybody thinks Canelo's ducking Charlo. Do you think Canelo's ducking Jamal and even Jamel Charlo? Because there's an argument that he was at 54 when they were at 54.
I don't know if I was to call it ducking either Charlo. From what I understand, that there was an offer for Jamal to fight Canelo. That wasn't taken from the Charlo camp. And with saying that, it's very misleading because they could have gave Jamal a shit offer. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Something that's way beneath him. I don't know what the details of the offer, but I know that there was an offer made that they didn't come to agreement with. The only reason why I know is because Mel let that be known.
So yeah, you only know that because of Jamel. So I'm asking you this next question, probing but not expecting you to have an answer. And if you don't want to give your opinion, totally cool as well. Jamal was on the Last Stand podcast with Brian Custer, and they talked about some of those offers from Eddie to Jamal for Andrade, not for Canelo. And it's a $7 million offer allegedly, and Charlo brushed it off and said, $7 million, we getting that. Do you think Charlo is making $7 million? And do you think forget the
boxing? He might be making millions off his I don't want to call them side hustle, but his side businesses or the businesses outside of boxing. But he ain't making no $7 million purse. Not from boxing.
And do you think a $7 million purse for Jamal Charlo to unify with Demetrius Andrade is a fair offer?
Absolutely, I believe so. But again, I was once on that level, and not on that level right now, not yet. But I believe that's a fair offer for a unification fight.
Now let me ask you.
Andrade, no one wants to fight Andrade because he's he takes so many layoffs and he is a name, but he's a name that kind of like my man Gary out of Baltimore. He's a good name, but you only gonna see him once every 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that fight though, Jamal's the bigger name, in my opinion.
With Andrade.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, keep that in mind. You think that that's a reasonable offer. Do you think that a guy like Jamal is looking at it like, well, DAZN just gave Mikey $7 million to fight Vargas off of a loss, if not a really beat down to Earl. I got to shake the tree.
Yeah, that's probably it then, because I wasn't aware of those numbers. And if they're giving Mikey Garcia $7 million to fight, the Vargas, then they can definitely give Charlo 10.
Yo, Kovalev got 14 for Canelo.
See, there you go.
Yo,
if that's the
14
case,
million
then
to fight Canelo.
14 for the belt, man. 14 for the belt.
Charlo is smart, and he's correct for holding out and not just taking the $7 million. My black ass been taking that $7 million real quick. But he's smart for holding out because they are giving more in. If they gonna give Kovalev 14, Jamal is worth 2 times more than Kovalev right now.
I agree, man. I agree. I think there's some other purses out there that I use in comparison. I can't think of it right now. Help me if you guys remember, but there's a few guys, man, that made a lot of money and there wasn't even a unification. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I know DAZN was throwing out a lot of money in the beginning, and it may not be so now. But for a fight like Andrade and Charlo, you're gonna have to open up that book, especially because your fighter Andrade don't want to fight so much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's holding out for a bigger payday, but I don't believe he deserves it. I believe Jamal does.
Why don't you think Andre deserves it? Certain fraction of boxing fans like to believe that Andre is being blackballed, that he can't get the big fights, that people are ducking Demetrius Andrade.
I don't know how true that is. And if there's anybody doing any blackballing, it's because of the way he dealt with Rock Nation and his other promoter, the way he handled all that.
Banner Promotions and Artie Palulo and the Rock Nation deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
The way he did that was lightweight foul. But I don't know if anybody's ducking him, or it's like, well, is he a big enough name that he's a good fighter, but he don't fight enough, so he's not even really that big enough name for anybody to take the chance for him. That's kind of my thing. Think about tell me who has Andrade fought?
Willie Nelson. He's got a few. Vanes Martirosyan, Willie Nelson.
How many years ago was that Vanes Martirosyan fight?
Huh?
I said, how many years ago was that?
Vanes? Oh, no. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
It was back when Vanes was a name. Vanes ain't been a name in a long time. You know what I mean? So like he says he wants all the big fights and the tough fights, but I have yet to see any real fight being handled. And if he's got DAZN behind him that's offering millions like that, there should be somebody that's ready to fight Andrade.
So, Mr. Trout, I want to know, why wouldn't somebody just step up and take his belt? He got a belt. Just take the strap. If it's that sweet, if he wanted to step up and take the belt.
He ain't never say it was easy.
Out the way.
It's not easy. Andrade's a good fighter. He's more risk than he is reward.
Yeah.
The belt ain't worth taking a risk against. And I'm not saying a no name because he is a name, but he's not.
Shit. Yo, Trout, those are all our questions, man. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Mr. Trout. I gotta ask you a few questions, just some few lighthearted questions before we get you up out of here. First of all, I want to thank you very much, for supporting our Border Wars event. We sending out some shirts. I was reaching out to you. I really appreciate that. All love to you. My first question I gotta ask you is, when you were running, or doing your conditioning work, what type of music are you listening to?
You know, it's funny, man, because like I'm listening. My playlist is so all over the place. Like, I'll be sitting and listening to, of course, DMX has been on my playlist. You know, rest in peace to the dog. Heavy while running, because you know, the energy that he's always provoked with his music was great, and now that he's gone, I just want to really just tune into him. But then after you get some DMX, you might get some. Making my way downtown, walking.
Let
it ride, though. Let it ride. I've been listening to a lot of YouTubes, a lot of been listening to books, audibles while I'm running, trying to get my mind right. That's what I've been doing a lot lately, though. Has been listening to books while running.
And does that music change pre-fight, like before you walk out the locker room, before you ring walk?
Oh yeah.
The song that you listen to before you leave the locker room.
Yeah, we can't be listening to Sarah Bareilles while we're about to get in the fight. Yeah, we definitely got to keep the energy up. We got to be on that kind of warrior kill mode. So our music will reflect it.
Love it. Next question I got to ask you, and I only got 2 left, is what is your pre-fight meal? And what is your post-fight guilty pleasure? Like, I got to have it when I get out the ring.
So the pre-fight meal, I like to do pasta. Get the complex carbs with just like marinara sauce, nothing too heavy, not much cheese. And then that post-fight meal, man, it's got to be deep fried and smothered in chocolate. That's basically like a chimichanga. A chocolate chimichanga would be perfect for me.
I love it. My final one I got to ask you is, if you were a superhero, what would be your superhero power? And you only get one.
Oh, you only get one? I was about to say, I've thought about this for a long time. But I only get one.
Only get one.
It's not fair.
Superman got more than one.
All right, give me two.
I'll tell you what my top 3 would be.
Beautiful.
And then you can just tell me which 2 I get to keep.
All right.
So, 1, I would love to talk to animals.
Okay, so like Aquaman, but more for all animals.
All animals. But then the second one was I would love to breathe underwater, like Aquaman, right? So then you can talk to animals and whatnot, breathe on. And the last one would be fly. So like I could go land, air, and water, and then holler at all the animals. You know what I mean? The birds or the fish.
Man, that's some dope powers.
Wait, ain't that Captain Planet? Wait, ain't that Captain Planet though?
I don't know. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Down to 0.
I think you just described Captain Planet, but Austin, man, we got one late question coming in from G the Don Boxing says, "What up, champ? What about a shot at Virgil Ortiz Jr.? Oscar would try to make that fight for Ortiz, and with a win over him, that would get your name back in title talk. That would be a good fight. Actually, he's number 1 for the WBO. I mean, right now, Porter is the mandatory, but next up is, young Virgil.
I would love to take that fight. And Oscar is dumb enough to make that fight happen, I think.
Dumb enough? So you think, that kid's a big puncher, man.
He's a big puncher for a welterweight.
Oh, so you think because you coming down, they can't hurt you?
Well, I'm not saying they can't, and I'm going to make sure I don't get caught, but do you think he's a bigger puncher than Charlo? Name either one?
But you fought Charlo with 10s, not 8s.
That's true, but still, that means I get 8s too.
But you ain't been a puncher, Trout. You ain't known as a puncher. You ain't. I mean, I hope that changes though. I hope it changes. Wait, something wrong with the audio. Check what's going on. Like it sound a little far.
Test. Better.
Nope. Something definitely happened. I mean, but it's all right because that was the last question anyway. Can you?
I feel like in Virgil's. Let's talk about the style. Virgil Ortiz's style. I feel like it's perfect for mine. Whether I'm a puncher or not, he's gonna have to catch me. And that peekaboo shell up style, I'll be able to eat that up with my feet.
Oh man, well I hope Oscar listens. We about to tag him. Make sure you. We already tweeted to Eddie, let him know that you're willing to give Conor Ben a lesson. Don't forget to retweet that, and we gonna generate one for Oscar. Let him know that you're ready to spank Virgil as well. We behind you. You already know, man. Austin Trout 147. Let's go. We want a title shot, man. Thank you for coming on the show, Austin. Please give out your social media if anybody crazy enough not to be following you. And we definitely hope that you are able to achieve those legacy goals you got.
Yeah, follow me at No Doubt Trout on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook at No Doubt Trout.
Thank you, champ. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's
there you
go,
have
champ.
it.
Show me.
Austin, No Doubt Trout, former world champion, chasing that greatness. Francis praying mantis. You know what time it is, man. Do your thing, champ. Do your thing.
Bullet, bop. Big up yourself. What you there, yada there, bod. Big up your damn self. Shout out to my Lotus here for another one, because without him, none of this would be possible. Alex Ness, what up, man? I'm cooking. I'm excited. You know what I'm saying? Because I called it. I said Jaron boots, and it's savagely knocks out Lipinets. And
where's your bet slip?
Hold on, and it could go early. And everybody like, you crazy.
Where your bet slip? Did you make money or did you just call it? Did you make money or did you just call it? Where the bet slip?
Man. Come on, man. Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me, because I definitely called it and I bet it. But shout out to Cajas, who couldn't stop the dude that nobody knows. He messed up my parlay, but that's for another day.
So basically, you got it right, but you ain't put the money straight on a fight. You put it in the parlay, so you ain't get to make no money.
Come on, man. You gotta remember something, man. There wasn't the money wasn't there like that, brother. I'm sorry, man.
I hear you. No, listen. At the end of the day, I want you to win. No. At the end of the day, I want you to win. So I'm just trying to clarify whether or not you actually won on the correct pick you made, because that's motivating. I wish I could still bet. You know what I'm saying? Because every now and then, you like, I'm not a big bettor. So if I put $2. I gave you guys a parlay, and look, my parlay so far, if you would have took it, you be gold. You waiting right now for Andre. Everybody I told you would win. If you went the long way, you only waiting for Andre and Canelo, which they both gonna win. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. I wish I was could
2 seconds away. Hold on. I was gonna ask him about Troy, man, but the mic went bad, man. I was just about to.
Troy, we need to get Troy a tune-up.
Yo, well, speaking of the bets and the fights that happened this weekend, man, what's up, man? Ebony Bridges with Courtney, and Conor Ben, Samuel Vargas, and not for nothing, Maxim Vlasov versus Joe Smith.
Honestly, let's jump into that in a few. Let me get to as many callers as possible. We got another guest, which we usually don't do, but we're gonna rock out at 11 with Mark Taffet, which is the manager of Clarissa Shields. And after, like you said, you wanted to talk some fights from yesterday. Savannah Marshall, she fought yesterday. She's got like an 81% knockout ratio in the women's, boxing. And Clarissa,
is the power real?
Clarissa seems to believe that it doesn't matter how hard she could be. Like, she feels she got her number. She feels that Savannah uses her name. And Taffet is like, look, Eddie, let's do it. Clarissa brings what was the tweet? Let me see. He says something like Clarissa brings the bag, basically, and I'm like, word. But I guess her pay-per-view.
Let's get the calls.
I guess your take. No, you haven't talked. You can go.
No. I want to get to the calls. We're gonna break down all the fights. I give my take then on the Savannah Marshall situation. I just want to get the callers to get their call out, and we can do our, our little border wars. We got MJR or MRJ.
Yeah, we got some super chats.
Yeah, let's get to them, dude. If you don't mind.
Yeah, I got him up, man. Let's get to it. I think we had left off at George the Soul Survivor. Next up is YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, man. Just showing some love. Marcus Robert Johnson says, don't see Ennis getting the knockout like that. Wow. So he didn't see it. A lot of us didn't see it. I saw it coming, but like in the 9th round. And
I said earlier, I'm buzzing right now. You don't understand. I'm buzzing, Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, he said didn't see the knockout coming like that.
Yeah. So Grindhard Sports Nation says, if Boots can't fight for belts, he should beat up the other hot young fighters. Parentheses, Ortiz, Ben, or Castillo Clayton. Parentheses. Oh, yeah. That's what, and I really am still thinking that Jaron could probably, get it in with Castillo Clayton. That's if, an Austin Trout doesn't happen. But, because I don't see him going up there, that fast into those fights, even though as much as I would want him to fight Errol or Terence. KDR 7989 says, watch Al Heyman match up Ennis with Broner next. Damn.
Hell no. Not till he out that contract and he only working with. I mean, I guess a sign of good faith too, but no, is it you gonna be cutting somebody else a check by doing that big fight?
And I know you can do it, man. You got the.
YouTube back showing some love. Thank you. And then you got Stant Lyles says Spence had a belt. Boots don't.
Yeah. What's that got to do with anything? I'm so lost. Spence had a belt. Boots don't. What do you mean? 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 What do you mean?
We got to return with that one, Stant. But Count Drago says Boots was impressive. There's a new generation of welterweights coming up. Boots, Ortiz, Ben. Crawford versus Spence needs to happen before it's too late. Damn. Before it's too late. Before what? Before one of these fighters takes their crown? Who knows? You got Grindhard Sports Nation, who says if Boots not ready, then who is? Because Porter ducked before he was even asked about him. Boots not ready to go.
People like, hold on, fuck.
Yeah,
anyway,
Porter
we'll talk about that later. Whatever, we'll talk about that later. We got
LD UBB Boxing says Trout versus Jesse Vargas May 29th on Haney's card.
Love it. Let me text Bill, man. Let me text Bill. Could we get that, man?
Bill. Chip. Javon Brown says, you think Crawford would stop Mikey Garcia? Terence has the ability to stop any of these guys, really.
Man. I mean, until he stops stopping people, I gotta believe he's gonna stop people, man. He's stopping people, like, yeah, man.
Yeah, he could stop. I mean, Earl didn't stop him, so if it's like in your mind, like, if Earl did, can Crawford do it? Stylistically different fights, man. Crawford, could possibly do some things in there that Earl wasn't doing. LV Slugger says Charlo versus Hurd. How do you see that playing out?
Charlo versus Hurd.
Yeah.
Well, he means Mel because they both at 54. I mean, I'm going with the champ, man.
Got to.
I'm going with the champ.
You got to. What was he gonna do? Go with not the champ?
I thought Hurd was moving up.
Nah.
He's still 154, man. That's tough. Hurd. Hurd's always been the Michael Myers come forward. I'm gonna get you. I don't know. Maybe he has some new wrinkles in the game as of late. And I think I got all of them, unless I got to refresh.
The last one that just came in from, or did you get that one? From Marcus Robert Johnson.
Come on, MRJ, B. He gonna sell out the venue. He gonna sell out the venue, man. He coming for all the Corey Frank smoke, man.
Run him out.
Yo, where's Corey at, man? Right. Where's Corey at?
Yeah, he said, where's Corey at?
Training.
You to promote. You Corey's promoted.
He in the mountain training. I just told you. He working. He grinding. He ain't got time to talk right now.
MRJ says, will he be watching Border Wars 11?
Who? Oh, Trout?
Yeah. Trout, I think so.
I mean, we might. How far is we got? I gotta see where this map at, man. Let me look at. Yo, I don't even know where you at, Marcus. You all the way in Wisconsin. How far is that from Las Cruces?
Las Cruces, what?
That
Las Cruces, the state. I mean, the state where Austin is from. Las Cruces, New Mexico.
New Mexico.
The city in New Mexico.
Yeah, he's about maybe 1,500 miles.
That's like a little flight. Let's see. Wisconsin to Las Cruces. What's anyone next?
Yeah, M Easy BX says, would Austin go to Australia to fight Tim Tszyu? Holy moly, that's a good one.
We missed that one.
We did. Yo,
That's
is it Tim
a good
Tszyu's on the
one.
other side of the planet?
No, but that's a good one. Tim Tszyu need that name too.
What? Yo, Tim Tszyu's been doing his thing too, man. He been lacing cats. Yo, Marcus Robert Johnson on the
And his notes.
Yeah, on the return says, did y'all see the teaser I made for me versus Corey on my Instagram? Hashtag Border Wars 11. Hashtag war.
We ain't see it, but we about to share it. My
Where
man
is it?
Marcus at, man? Where my man Marcus at? Oh no, wait, why don't come up?
He said, are you not entertained?
Oh, you changed it or something? You put MJ by? I don't know, because it took longer to pull up now.
It's MRJ underscore.
Yeah, I know, but I usually just search them as Marcus, and then it would pop up. I had to put Marcus almost Rob. But all right, let me see this here. We gonna screen share this. Bang.
And he said, bang, bang, the boogie.
Bang, bang, the boogie, the bang, bang, the boogie, the beat. All right, let's see what we got. 70 amateur fights. 3-0 in street. Oh, it's audio. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Hold on. Don't say nothing yet until it's playing. All right, right now. Just
pound for pound number 1, Corey Frank. Into the Lion's Den to face over 70 amateur fights. 3-0 in street. Marcus Robert Johnson, who arguably can be our main event in Wisconsin, Watertown, hometown favorite. Over 70 amateur fights. Let's go. That got me hype. I like how you put the beat. Yo, he had me sounding official. Like I'm a real voice.
Stupendous.
That was dope. Yo, and I told the first thing I said when we was when we announced the fight was that I said, did y'all see his Instagram? This dude is doing all the right things, man. If you haven't already followed Marcus, do so. He changed it to Mr. J _boxing. Get behind him. He coming. Let's see what he got on the story.
That's MRJ _boxing.
Yeah, he got another super chat here. He says they could afford to marinate Pac versus May because they are worldwide figures. Waiting for Crawford versus Spence is a huge mistake for legacy and wallets.
Yeah, man. Shout out to MRJ coming in from Adrian in Wisconsin. Let's get out to these phone lines, man.
Well, it's the perfect time. It's the perfect segue real quick, man. Border Wars 11, June 12th, Watertown, Wisconsin. You just heard the man right there. Marcus Robert Johnson is going to be main event against, the pound for pound Corey Frank. Self-proclaimed.
Oh, so you announced it. Hold up. He announced it. That means he pushed his fighter back. Oh, all right, Marcus, congratulations. Francis, the official event coordinator has decided that prides need to be set aside.
Absolutely. I've already talking to my team. We already had a conversation, and Corey Frank and Marcus Robert Johnson is the main event.
Ooh, I didn't know.
Happened because you know what? Listen. We put on a show and we want to make this the biggest thing ever, and that's what we're about to do, man. Why not have, the biggest show?
Damn.
And we're going to do it this way. Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to you. If you don't know, now you know. If you can't be in the business.
Shout out to Marcus for being main event worthy. Shout out to Marcus for taking the fight. But then shout out to Corey Frank, because it's like, now he's the underdog. Now he's the one with less experience. He was the one with all the experience. He was the hunter. And now he might have just got,
No, you're tripping. So yeah, we're gonna get back to what we're talking. Tripping. Marcus better train hard.
Listen. Undefeated in street beefs. 70 amateur fights. That's a lot of experience, bro. I'm telling you.
You can't touch me. You're not man enough.
So can I finish what I say?
I watched the tape. He's mad comfortable. He keeps the jab on you. I'm just saying. I watched the tape, man. Y'all better stop playing.
What I'm saying is that there's 400 to 500 people can be in the building. So if you want to see that little stance that Ness is talking about with Marcus Robert Johnson, you can come in the building. And if you can't, all you got to do is click the app. BP Network is going to be live streaming. It's all you got to do is just go ahead and download the app, type in Border Wars, and you're going to see it live. You're going to be able to see Info Joe. You're going to see Dumatron in the ring. All these fighters getting in the ring swinging. You're not going to want to miss it, man. Watertown, Wisconsin. Shout out to Adrian, Rowan, and George, because it's going to be at the bar, man. At the bar in Wisconsin. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited to get going. Shout out to, you know what I'm saying, all the sponsors that are going to be sponsoring the event with the headgear and the 16-ounce glove. You know him. That goes by the name of Adrian Clark at Protect Yourself at All Times. Shout out to Mr. Adrian Clark for always stepping in, you know what I'm saying, and supporting Border Wars. Also, shout out to Bravos, man. Bravos all the way in the UK going to be supplying our fighters with their waist protectors and their groin protectors, lower region protectors, whatever you call it. But it's going to protect our fighters, you know what I'm saying, from getting hurt. So we appreciate it, and I'm excited. Like I said again, I'm going to say it one more time. We got our main event, MRJ versus the pound-for-pound Corey Frank.
Are you not entertained?
Watertown, Wisconsin. Get in the ring and swing. I'm excited. Also, we got a 3-on-3 basketball tournament that's going to be coming your way in August. If you think you got it, if you think you're nice on the courts, if you think your handles and your shots nice, all you got to do is sign up and lace them kicks up and show what you can do. It's going to be in August and we're going to get that busy. Also, we got the 3-city tour coming to a city near you. The first stop will be in Dallas. Be on the lookout for the date.
Yo, should we do like 3-man team with a 1 alternate in case somebody get hurt? Because then if not, they disqualify.
3-man team with a 1 alternate.
Always.
Because what if somebody twists?
What happens if the third man never gets hurt? We're just gonna be alternating guys in and out of the game.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think a 3-on-3. Everybody gotta stay healthy.
If you're done, you're done.
You're done. You might get somebody off from the side that's just been watching. Like, yo, I got the kicks on. I'll jump in.
Nah, we can't do that.
Nah, it might be one of the TBV fans. Who knows, right? But
your alternate gonna have to be registered, isn't it? You know, we ain't gonna allow anybody to just sneak up and like, oh nah, you know everybody get an alternate. That's my nah. You ain't no walk-ins, man.
Yeah, you get a ringer.
But let me get to these calls, man. I know y'all been waiting. We going out to you, man.
Let me hit Denise Sanchez's last super chat real quick. She said, "No more gatekeeper versus gatekeepers. Time for guys with L's to fight undefeated prospects."
Word.
Yeah, I like that.
Shout out to Adrian. Double shout out. Like I said, man, he is doing a lot of work in the back end. He presented us with the fighter that is Marcus Robert Johnson and let us know that he would make a perfect main event. And so far, living up to that word, shout out to the bar and DEFCON for reaching out and having us, bring Border Wars to the city of Watertown in Wisconsin, and we appreciate that. Remember, you can definitely contact any one of the co-hosts if you want any information on Border Wars. If you're struggling with reasons why you should do it, definitely contact one of us to answer any questions you may have, because it's definitely something that you want to do and check off your bucket list, man. If you're a boxing fan, I think this is it's a must do. It's a must do. If you're an adrenaline junkie, this is a must do. It's definitely worth it, and from a financial point, it's worth it, because of all the equipment that you receive. And then, from another angle, it's just like you get to do something that you've been, essentially talking about and watching your entire life. You get to get in the ring and swing, as my good friend from Decatur, Georgia would say, right? So,
man, shout out to him.
Take advantage, man. Take advantage of what it is TBV is offering you and the great platform that we're, able to bring to you now with the partnership with the BPE network, and the fact that the production is just top level, man. And I only see it getting bigger from here. Let me tell you, again, you can catch us on Untitled today, live on YouTube memberships at 1:30, where we'll tell you all about, why I was in Dallas. I'm not no football fan. Why I was in the AT&T Stadium and rubbing them elbows with millionaires. And what's that going to mean for Border Wars, man? Because I told you, it's my little baby. and we gonna make sure this shit grow up to be big and strong and dominating. And you know, listen, we all young over here, so there's nothing but time. And because everyone that signs up, because of everyone's interest, you know, it's going to keep growing. If you haven't seen Border Wars, don't forget that you can actually catch that right here on youtube.com/ The Boxing Voice, right? Because the BPE network was gracious enough not only to do the production and host the Border Wars on their platform, but also thinking outside the box to put it here free on YouTube for you to see just how great of a job they did, so that you can come back and check out the next one, which is going down June 12th in Watertown, Wisconsin. We're going to go out to the phone lines. I know we were
y'all go ahead and smash that thumbs up button, man. You're only 127. We got over close to 400 people in here. Y'all tripping. Smash that thumb button. Don't visibility in the growth of the show. Alex, it's on you.
Yeah, Jared Lloyd real quick says, Bumlord Crawford doesn't want to leave the pedestrian tour. Boots Ennis gives the Bumlord problems. Father Bob is a dream seller.
And for y'all who want to know why it's not 5-on-5, it's 3-on-3, I'm going to tell you at the end of the show. So stick around. Go ahead, Ness, it's on you.
Let's go. We're going out to King Amin in Essex. Good morning. How are you, champ?
Just like the king is what I mean. The king is what I mean.
Hear ye.
Yo, top of the morning, fellas. What's good, man?
What up, brother?
Bless.
Yo, this one thing I thought about when I seen Boots, when I saw him did what he did, I was like, yo, he might have did too good. I kept asking. I'm asking everybody to tell me, like, you know, the division is already. I love the fact that it's crowded. You know what I'm saying? This shit is like a fucking Chinese bus, right? But I'm wondering, like, is this going to force people to really get in there and fight each other, or is they still going to kind of play around? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it that there's levels and there's progressions. You know what I'm saying? But like, Conor Ben doesn't need a Josecito. You know what I'm saying? If anything, like I said, I think they got their own little peer class right now, and I think that's what everybody's looking at. They're looking at Boots, they looking at Ben, and they looking at Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Shout out to what's to come for the welterweight division, man. And Austin Trout, man. Respect that dude, man. Austin Trout is a cool dude, man. I think when he talk about who's got the power, he makes an interesting point. He been hit by Canelo. He been hit by Charlo. So if he says, you know, he won't feel away, or he understands, you know, what it's going to be like taking punches from certain welterweights, you know, I think as long as he can get the fight. So, you know, but again, he coming down to me, the most crowded division right now. So it's kind of crazy, man. Definitely had a great weekend. Shout out to
Hawk, Maryland, talk to me.
Yes, sir. What's up, fam? The praying mantis and Dooney 531. Hey, ain't too much, fellas. That Boots, man, he really looked good. He slowed down as far as his attack when he get people hurt. That's what I was saying last year, how he's so reckless when he go for his attack, but he slowed down. What do you think about Josecito Lopez or somebody around there for Boots? Wouldn't that be a good litmus test?
I mean, I don't think Josecito is gonna be able to take what he, you know, what it'll be like no different than Lipinets. I think Josecito's tough, but I just think that you know, Boots showed you know, he's a puncher with a good variety of punches.
Yeah, he's definitely a puncher. What about doing one other question?
Hawk, I'm gonna get right back to you. Hawk, I'm gonna get right back to you. It's funny you said Savannah Marshall because we have the manager of Clarissa Shields on the line, Mark Taffet. Mark, good morning. How are you? Oh, did he drop off?
I believe so.
He did. Let me ring him back.
Ring him back. Yeah. Yo, Jaron Ennis, man. Yo, Savannah Marshall. Wow. The power is real.
How about Efe Ajagba? Wow.
Wow, we knew the power was real, but man, he really impressed me with the way he stepped into that right hand. That was serious. Nah, there was some good fights,
Good
man.
fight, yeah.
But no, the FAA Jock knockouts definitely one that
let me
was
get
hurt.
back to Hawk because looks like I don't know. Waiting on Mark again. Hawk dropped off. All right. This looks like Josh, North Carolina. What up? Right? Is this Ant in Charlotte?
And in Charlotte, don't make me hit you with the crickets.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
What's going on? Next, super chat from Stant Lyles that was talking about in the beginning where you were saying that where Keith Thurman ducked Spence, it'll be the same thing as Spence ducking Boots.
Yes.
Spence had a belt. Boots don't have a belt.
Nah. Spence had a belt later. Remember, after Keith Thurman beat Robert Guerrero, Spence was all over Thurman. Go check it. 14. Right. I think he was 14-0 all over Thurman. And
right,
then,
but when he got the belt,
yeah, when he got the belt, he fought another champion with a belt. Remember, he was unified, and then he got injured.
Continued to duck.
Nah, then he got injured and did what Spence is doing. Went the money route and fought Pacquiao.
Yeah, I don't blame him, but I think it's a totally different situation with him and Boots. But good show, fellas. Everybody, thumbs up.
All right. I mean, you guys think it's different. You weren't here, and you're the Earl guy. I think like Earl, if he says no to Boots, is the same thing that Keith did to him.
Nah.
You would say that.
Yeah, it levels, man. There's levels to everything, Nez. You can't level up everything by moving the goalposts when it's necessary. I understand. I understand your argument
Earl
because that's the man in there, man.
No, but wasn't Earl strapless? Wasn't Earl strapless when he was calling out Keith at one point?
Strapless?
Strapless.
Yeah, he didn't have no belt.
Yeah, he didn't have no belt. When you call it, but hold on a second. If you look at where Earl was when he's calling out Keith to wear boots is, come on, man, it's uncomparable, man. This is uncomparable. It just really is. Look at what he's done in his career. It's a fact. So let's move on. Next call.
All right. You know what? I was a little early. We did have it scheduled in for 11. Maybe that's why he jumped on and jumped out.
Is it going to be video or phone?
It should be video.
Okay.
And it should be Skype. Ooh, Adrian, Wisconsin.
Adrian,
I still need another heavyweight, man. I need that novice 5'9", 5'6". I need another Steven Rivera. Actually, Rivera's too experienced. I need a novice, man. I need another heavyweight, man. Let's get this Wisconsin versus everybody going. That's gonna be the new tagline: Wisconsin versus everybody.
Yeah, man. I got some more people signing up, bro. I'm just waiting. I think I got a heavyweight right now. I got to check if he's a heavyweight, but the problem is I don't think he's a novice. He's a street beast dude, and he's actually pretty good. I got another dude. He's a heavyweight. I don't know if he sent his money in. I mean, he 240, 250. He fought in 11 years, but he had
old? How old?
I don't know. I don't take nobody seriously until they put the money up. You know?
Hear you. That's how we do. I hear you.
Until they send you the money, I ain't really got too much to say to them till then. But I do got a heavyweight that should be signing up soon. His name's Cody Karlinski. He's a big boy, man.
He sound white. Karlinski, was that Italian?
Nah, that's Polish. Every time you hear the at the end, the ski, you know they Polish.
Okay.
Polska.
So is he built like Adam or is he built like Adam Mick?
Nah, I mean, from his pictures, he looked like he in good shape. I think he a trucker, though. I think he drives trucks, but he looked like he hit the gym every day.
So more like Thomas Adamick then. Remember Thomas Adamick?
Yeah. He ain't looking like Kevin Nazi. Okay. Nah, he hit them weights a little bit. But he should be setting his season. He's definitely in that range.
I also need that. Remember we got T. I think T is from Maryland or DC, and I think we need a cruiserweight for him, a 190-pound, like 42-year-old novice as well. If you could find him out there, where are you? All you men, stand up.
What about Josh Lang? You a cruiserweight?
Who?
Josh Lang. Didn't he send you his money?
Josh Lang.
Yeah, Joshua Lang. I'm sure he sent his money. He right there. He 185. He right in that cruiserweight range. He got some smoker fights, but beyond that,
ooh, that's that experience. Wait, how old is Josh? Because this guy is older, man. T is, you right. Josh Lang definitely paid April 3rd. Shout out to Josh Lang. So T, I mean, this goes out to you. T, you got to get in the ring and swing. You got to strap up, let your nuts hang. It's up to you because you lost the last cruiserweight. Bishop jumped on that, and that's Jason Hotsey. So
you better jump on it today.
But this, I don't know. This one sounds.
We got our first guest in the building.
We got to see. Oh yeah, we do.
How you doing, Mr.? Yes, we got Mr. Mark Taffet.
Yes, Mr. Mark Taffet. How are you? Good morning.
I am good. You can hear me fine?
I hear you fine. Thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate you taking out the time this morning, and glad you had the time to talk after such a great fight with Savannah Marshall. And obviously the talks are heating back up. And that's, the fight between Claressa Shields and Savannah Marshall. Thank you for turning it sideways. Before I get into that, actually, man, I want to talk about your time over in HBO, just so that people understand that you're not just some manager. So you're not just some manager. Like, you have a lot of experience in this boxing game, and you spent some time in one of the biggest networks of boxing, one that really opened up the doors for all of this, really, because I mean, boxing really, we remember it on HBO, us older guys anyway. But yes, can you talk about your time at HBO and when you started there?
It's funny to hear you say, so what did you do before managing? I used to laugh when people used to say, what did Paul McCartney do before Wings? They said, oh yeah, he played for that band called the Beatles. So I spent 32 years at HBO. 25 years in the sports department working on boxing and other things, but my bread and butter was HBO pay-per-view, where in 1991 I wrote the business plan, got it approved by a corporation, and launched it and ran that for 25 years, doing 190 pay-per-view fights, generating maybe 58 million pay-per-view buys, $3.7 billion in revenue with the greatest fighters of the last 25 years. It was fun. It was hard work, but it was great fun. I worked with every promoter, every venue, every great fighter from the heavyweight era of Holyfield, Tyson, Lennox Lewis, Riddick Bowe, George Foreman, to the great era of Oscar De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad, Shane Mosley, Fernando Vargas, Miguel Cotto, to the days of Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao. Did over 20 fights with each of them. Marquez, Barrera, Morales, that whole group, and ended with, in my run, I ended with Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin and Andre Ward. So it was just incredible. It was history, month after month, year after year. Then 2015, it was time for another chapter. I'm still young enough, with enough energy, and I said, let's do a chapter 2 to this book. And I started my own media company, and the very first thing I did was chase Claressa Shields, frankly, until I got an introduction to her and was able to speak with her and put her in-ring skills and my out-of-ring skills together to make a heck of a lot of history for Claressa and for women's boxing, in a very short period of time. But it's been very, very rewarding and, frankly, more fun than anything I've ever done.
How'd the relationship get established? Did you find Claressa and bring her to Dimitri, or vice versa? Was she already with Dimitri Salita?
No. Yeah, so I developed the relationship with her. I mean, I stalked her. I admit it. I stalked her until she said okay. And I was introduced to her by Kay Corona, who was her coach, Coach Kay from the USA Boxing Olympic team. There was another gentleman who was a wonderful guy that I worked with who introduced me to her, and we worked together for a while. And then I took over the reins by myself. And I worked with her to turn her pro, because she had a big decision. Her very first big decision was, do I go to the Olympics again or do I turn pro? We talked about it at length. And then I introduced her to Dimitri Salita, who, for many reasons was an excellent choice for Claressa. To be her promoter and still is her promoter today.
Tell me why you thought that Salida was the excellent choice in a world of Bob Arams, Eddie Hearns, and obviously whatever you want to call the PBC.
So the biggest thing is Dimitri is a huge supporter of women and women's boxing. He believes in equality and parity, and he doesn't see gender when he looks at people. He just sees people. When he looks at fighters, he just sees fighters. And that was evident from day one. That was very, very important for Clarissa. Also, Dimitri, at the time, was doing a number of shows with Showtime. And Clarissa's had 11 pro fights. If you look back, 9 of her 11, I think, have been with Showtime on their various platforms. And you don't take those things for granted. So the combination of Dimitri and Showtime was a wonderful one to, get her career started and moving on the road to making history. And Dimitri really opened those doors and laid those tracks. A number of the other promoters just haven't put women's boxing front and center. The only one who's put it front and center at times has been Eddie Hearn. Eddie's done a great job, with Katie and giving her many opportunities. Recently with Savannah Marshall, Shannon Courtney. He just had
Jessica
some great.
McCaskill.
Yeah, McCaskill. I mean, so
Looks like
Eddie's been a
Dazn's the
supporter,
move right
and
now.
that's great. But at the time, Eddie was busy doing some other things when we were making our promoter decisions. And Dimitri was the right guy in the right place at the right time, and he's proven to be just a great ally and a great supporter. So it's been a pleasure working with him.
And do you foresee the fight with Savannah Marshall and Clarissa Shields being co-promoted when it does happen with Salida and Matchroom, or is
Well, let me say this. I don't know. I don't want to get lost in the jargon of promoted, co-promoted, etc. Dimitri has an agreement with Clarissa. He's her promoter. Eddie Hearn has an agreement with Savannah. He's Savannah's promoter. So the only way the fight happens is if the two promoters work together. However, unlike some of the other issues in fights over the past X number of years, these two gentlemen working together is not an issue at all. It's not even a concern for 1 second. They talk. I talk with both of them. And we've had a number of conversations together. And I expect that we'll be having more in the future. And, I'm hopeful that the fight will get done. I'll say this about that fight. Clarissa wants to do the fight. Savannah wants to do the fight. I want it. Eddie wants it. Dimitri wants it. The only issue we have, it's not with the promoters or Savannah as a fighter. Our issue is with the gender gap in boxing, the inequalities amongst how people get paid. And we're on the same side of the table here with Eddie. And all we want is that together we use a big fight to address a big issue, because that's the way the world works. Big fights are when big issues get addressed and get resolved. And we want to see, I don't expect the gender gap, the inequality to be closed immediately in one fell swoop. That's unrealistic. But we do expect progress. And we demand the progress be made. But I think we're all allies in this. We're going to keep talking until we see progress made to an acceptable level on the gender inequality gap. And when that happens, I think Clarissa and Savannah will, move forward and fight one another.
What year do you think that happens?
I would like to see it happen in 2021. I mean, Clarissa's going to be doing some MMA fights. She's about to become a two-sport star like Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders and do what very few people have ever done, if ever before, and that's hold a championship in two sports simultaneously.
Let me ask you before you continue, who's going to match make that fight? Aren't you fearful that your,
no
franchise is now going to do something she's never done?
No, fearful? Fear is not a word that exists in the lexicon of Clarissa Shields.
Yeah, but that's Clarissa. She's a fighter. So at heart, she's going to believe she can compete in another combat sport. But her bread and butter is the sweet science, not grappling and wrestling and all those, they use elbows. I mean, that stuff is dangerous. You're not afraid that she can physically get hurt to the point that, look, I don't follow MMA like that, but what's the Brazilian dude? His head got caved in. Like, I don't know. It's dangerous.
Well, let me just remind you that unfortunately, boxers have died in the ring, and I've seen a few die in the ring. So there are many people who will say that boxing is more dangerous than MMA, because in MMA, in general, people get surface cuts, which tend to heal. And in boxing, unfortunately, sometimes people suffer a cumulative effect of many punches with the gloves. But putting all that aside for a moment, I'm not fearful at all. Claressa Shields, when your goal is to make history, socially and athletically, fear is just not a word you face. Claressa Shields is here to change the game and be a transformational athlete for women, for all women, not just women in boxing and in combat sports, but for all women and women in sports. That's her goal. My job is to help her realize her dreams as best I can. She has the best trainers in the world at Jackson Wink Academy out in Albuquerque, where John Jones, Holly Holm, and many others train. No one knows her abilities and her limitations better than Claressa. Claressa has said herself, she's very, very mature. She has said that she needs time to learn appropriately and train appropriately. And she's with coaches who look at her very carefully. No one's rushing her. Her matches will be made carefully and appropriately. Mike Winklejohn and Greg Jackson keep a great eye and a close eye on that. We're with the PFL. Peter Murray, their CEO, is a wonderful guy. He knows brands, he knows athletes. He wants Claressa Shields to be a big brand for him and to help his brand. He knows that you don't do that by mismatching her early. So I think that her matches will be made appropriately in conjunction with her skill development, and that'll happen over a period of time. Not in a week, not in a month. It'll happen over a period of a few years. But it has to begin at some point, and it'll begin this spring. We expect her soon, very shortly. Tomorrow morning, she's on Good Morning America, where we expect that she'll be making an announcement about her MMA debut. And we'll go from there. But no, we don't have fears.
What do you think is the reason Claressa hasn't gotten the level of I don't want to say exposure, but popularity, right? Like, what is missing, or do you need to accomplish that for her?
Well, let me ask you this. Help me understand what you think when you say she hasn't gotten the level of popularity. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, Showtime, for starters, she was very pissed off that Showtime announced their schedule, let's say a year ago, and left her off.
Yes.
She's not as active as a Katie Taylor. Her fights, she does more than most women, but it doesn't get glorified like some of the other women.
So let's say, look, to address that issue fully, you have to really look hard at media numbers, media outlets. So let me just say this. I'm not going to talk about Claressa's athletic accomplishments because that won't address your point. Her athletic accomplishments are off the charts. No one's ever done, male or female, what she's done, let alone do it in 11 pro fights. But Claressa has been on Showtime 9 times. Her numbers are as good, if not better, than most of the men who fight on Showtime. Her media pickup and acceptance is outstanding. She's on Good Morning America tomorrow. That doesn't happen. She's won Sportswoman of the Year twice. She was in ESPN's Body Issue a few years ago. On and on. She's got a feature film being made by Universal Studios about her life. She's got a documentary on Netflix. You're going to learn in the next few weeks about a wonderful opportunity that ESPN is extending to her. So I think that her acceptance is as good, if not better, than any other female athlete today, and surely, in the boxing world. Now, within the boxing world, Claressa, Katie Taylor, and a few others have gotten most of the attention, and they deserve getting the attention. So we're thrilled. We think that this MMA evolution and a few things we're working on are the next level of exposure and greatness for her, and we think she's on a great path. So I'm not sure. Popularity is an interesting word because her goal isn't to be popular. Her goal is to be great. and to receive appropriate credit for it, and to open doors for many women. A lot of times when you take on the athletic issues and the social issues that Clarissa does, popular doesn't always come with it. She's going against the grain, knocking down doors, going against social mores and things that have been in existence for decades, if not longer. She's not afraid to do that. And, Billie Jean King wasn't afraid. She wasn't worried about being popular. So Clarissa's going after what she's going for, and she's going to achieve it.
Mr. Taffet, how you doing? My name is Francis from Canada.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just wanted to ask you a question. For those fickle boxing fans who would sit on their couch, sit at their job, and say, Clarissa doesn't sell. Nobody wants to see Clarissa. How would you respond to those fickle boxing fans?
Well, what I say is her viewership numbers on Showtime have been as good as and most men and better, as good as all men and better than most.
But when you say that, you mean as of late, for the last 2 years, because, people were doing better numbers. Like right now, Jamal Charlo fights, and yeah, he's got some records there that are like 274, but like normal viewer for Broner is 1 million on Showtime, and I haven't Googled it, but I'm pretty sure Clarissa's not doing 1 million on Showtime, right?
Normal viewer for Showtime, well, anyway, putting Broner's numbers aside, Clarissa's done high 300s and mid 400s a few times, way ahead of most everyone on the Showbox franchise, which is really, that's where she was. And as good as a number on the Showtime Championship Boxing. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I was just letting guys know I'm next. Continue. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah, and she, her media attention, her exposure on big, broad media outlets is as good as any female boxer and as good as most men. This is what I can tell you about boxing. Boxing, for the most part, exists in a narrow silo. Even the biggest boxing fights occur within very narrow silos where you don't go broad, you go very deep. Our goal with Clarissa isn't to go deep, deep, deep into the boxing silo, because I don't think, frankly, that that's the silo with the best growth and the best future. Our idea is to take her broader. That's why we're doing MMA. That's why we do broad media outlets like GMA Tomorrow and like ESPN and TMZ. And women's boxing has had a difficult time being accepted in a big, broad way within a boxing silo. But as soon as you take it out of that silo, it does do well, and it will continue to do well. My prediction is that when you stop defining women's boxing as just boxing and you get it into a broader entertainment spectrum, as we're beginning to do with Clarissa and MMA, I think you're going to see a completely different audience. We saw that happen with Floyd Mayweather at some point. He started to go beyond boxing to a broader, in those days, internet audience, and particularly on some of the major African-American internet sites, where he then took off and became the Floyd Mayweather we know today. I think the same thing is going to happen with Clarissa over the next year. I'm not saying it necessarily happens as quickly or to the extent of Floyd Mayweather. That remains to be seen, and that's a hell of a bar set. But it's definitely going to go well beyond the box that boxing sits in, because boxing's walls and ceilings are a little bit narrow.
Mark, you did say you were next. I'm sorry.
No, if you got something, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Okay, I was gonna just piggyback off the back of that, saying that I was excited when Clarissa stepped out and did her pay-per-view. Did her pay-per-view show. It was something that was monumental for me, for her to step out and do that. Now, again, the fickle boxing fans are looking at it. Well, Clarissa, you did it, but you didn't do it to the level that you would kind of garner the respect of like a Katie Taylor or something like that. With the numbers and the eyeballs, because she did it again on her own, which is massive. Independent. So I mean, again, you got speak to that for the boxing fans, the fickle boxing fans who are going to have their comments.
Listen, you have to love Clarissa Shields in a way. I call her Billie Jean King sometimes, the way she's transformational for women. She's also got some Muhammad Ali in her. Muhammad Ali stood tall, didn't care what other people's opinions were when he saw bigger social issues at stake. Clarissa Shields said, particularly during COVID, you guys probably saw it, women's boxing in the United States did not exist during COVID. Networks didn't slow it down. They stopped. Women didn't get put to the back of the bus. They got pushed off the bus completely. And Clarissa Shields said, you know what? Enough is enough. What can we do? And I said, well, I got some experience in pay-per-view. I'll help the fight. I'll help you get distributed, and we'll go. And she said, then let's go. I'm not going to stop making history because some guys at television networks don't want to televise women's boxing. And we went and did our thing. You got to give her credit. She stood strong. She said, I don't care how much money I make or don't make. I am here to make a point that women can fight when they want to fight. Women can make history when they want to make history, and no one's going to get in our way. And she stood strong and did it. I give her all the credit in the world. She is a history maker and a game changer, and she will go down in history as one of the great transformational athletes of her time. Just watch what she does now as a two-sport star and how it opens more doors and avenues for her. But this girl doesn't know the word no, and she doesn't know what stop means.
Mark, how much longer, and I know you made it clear that the relationship is a good one, but how much longer does Dimitri and Claressa have left together?
Yeah, I wouldn't speak about that publicly.
Not even fights? You can't even tell us fights? How many fights left?
No, I think that, I mean, if Dimitri wants to talk about it or if Claressa wants to talk about it, they can, but it's not for public consumption.
And what about Showtime?
It's too, we never had an agreement with Showtime.
Okay.
We fought individual fights with Showtime.
Perfect.
So when you do that, sometimes you're on TV, sometimes you're not. That's just the way it goes. We know that. That was our choice. That was their choice, and it worked well for both of us.
No, which gets me to the point. I only wanted to know that because obviously Dazn helped McCaskill become undisputed during COVID. So, they have shown that they're invested in women's boxing tremendously.
Yeah. Well, when we talk with Eddie Hearn about fighting Savannah Marshall, obviously Dazn and Sky TV are the places where Eddie does his boxing. So we know Dazn is supportive. As a subscriber, I know they've been supportive. It's been great. And, we'd be thrilled to fight on Dazn with Claressa. We think it's a great place to be. And if the Savannah Marshall fight happens, I imagine there's an excellent chance it'll be on Dazn.
Now, as a one-off, or do you want to have her get like a 3-fight deal so she can fight on the platform? Because last 3 years, Mark, only 1 fight per year. Like, I want to see her fight more than that.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. First of all, when fighters become big stars in their own world, in women's boxing, Claressa's it. Twice a year is usually about what they fight. The big fights don't take place more often than that. There's less tolerance for smaller, less meaningful fights. So those big ones twice a year is about what they do. The last couple of years, COVID took a big chunk out of the schedule. And there were some injuries that took place. The Hammer fight was set back for a while because of injury. The Ivana Habazin fight was set back for an injury. Claressa herself had a slight knee injury for a few months. Those things happen. Other than that, she would have been fighting twice a year for sure in those years. And I think twice a year is about the pace you can expect her to be on for the remainder of her career. But in terms of a multi-fight agreement, we don't have it as a goal to do a multi-fight agreement with a network. We'd be happy to do it with the right network, with the right deal, with the right doors opening. Part of it is assessing the landscape and seeing where the opponents are and who they're with. Because one of the downsides of a multi-fight agreement with a network is that you can only fight the fighters that tend to fight on their network or the promoters that they work with. So we have to carefully assess that to make sure that that when the goal is to expand women's boxing, that we don't do something that creates limitations, even if it makes the road a little bit harder. And as you know, as you pointed out, sometimes, that multi-fight agreement, it's sweet. It makes for an easy night's sleep, but it doesn't necessarily make for the best path to make history. And with Claressa Shields and her goals, we do have to assess all of those variables.
I'm so excited to just ask this next question. You see me kind of antsy waiting for you to finish it. And it's because I think that there is a 4-fight deal, deal with Dazn, right? Like, obviously, the Franchon Cruz Dazn rematch, absolutely.
Great fight.
She's the first of all, she was the first one with the guts to get in the ring with Claressa as a pro debut. And Claressa defeats her, so the story sells itself. This woman went on to become unified. So someone that Claressa beat is that great that she didn't become champion. She became a unified champion. But then there's the storyline that Clarissa herself created when Dazn had a tough fight with Alejandra, and there was the whole, popping of the PEDs. Clarissa said, I would make that fight a lot easier. I want to allow, at the time, Franchon had on paper loss. So she was like, I would rather allow Franchon to avenge that, but I would love that fight. And me as a boxing fan,
it's a big fight.
It's a big fight with Alejandra, which also prepares Clarissa to get back into that division, because when she fights Savannah, it's going to be a heavier fight. So, the other one that I'm thinking is, obviously you can throw a Hannah Gabriel's rematch in there.
Absolutely. Great fight.
Or maybe the first fight, since Clarissa's at her lowest now, the first fight be Undisputed versus Undisputed, catchweight McCaskill, then get those heavier girls to finish with Savannah, the fourth fight. So, and there's no other network that can offer you that type of schedule or those names.
Yes. First of all, is my background noise okay? Because there's some talking in the background.
No, you sound good so far.
You're pretty good.
Okay, good. So, are you working for the Zone?
No.
Oh, because I was going to do the negotiation right now with you. We could make a deal.
I'm working for Clarissa Shields. Yes. I think that those 4 fights in a nice active, like two fights a year. That's a 2-year deal. Listen. And it puts her out there in some nice fights that people would be. Let me say
this. So Clarissa and I always have a 2-year plan. We always. And every fight, we have to make history of some sort, because that's who Clarissa is, and we always define what the history is. I'd love to see Clarissa be a 4-division champion. That means either you go to 147 or you go to 175, and there are fights to be made in those divisions.
Wait, not 175, right? You're going to make Savannah fighter at 60, no? Or 68, 175?
Well, we're not going to make Savannah fight her at anything. Savannah's going to fight her whatever she wants. But yes, no, Savannah and Clarissa would be at 160. Okay. But I'd love to see Clarissa do a fight at 175 for a light heavyweight title at some point. There's some really tough fighters there, some great fights. Listen, I worked with Roy Jones at HBO when Roy, at 160 pounds, said, I'm going to fight John Ruiz for the heavyweight championship of the world. He went and trained with Mackie Shilstone, and he went and did it. You know what? When the right heavyweight champion exists, Clarissa Shields could move up and fight for the heavyweight title. If you want to make history, you don't know what limits are. You just know that I'm look up at the sky and I'm going through it. And Clarissa said she'll go to 147 if it means she has to lose her butt. She wants to get paid if she has to lose her butt. That's what got a quote from her. But she would fight Katie. She'd fight McCaskill. Clarissa will do anything to continue to make history and show that there are no limits for women when they set their mind to what they want to do. Now, do I think that Franchon would be a great fight? Great rematch. Hannah Gabriel's great rematch. And then we look.
I didn't think Katie was an option.
How about Alejandra Jimenez if she comes back and gets herself, re-sanctioned and cleared from her? That's another big one, let alone going down to 47, for a Katie or a McCaskill. There are great fights to do, and we'd love to do them all. No, I'm with you. Whether that means, now a multi-fight deal doesn't necessarily mean you get those fights. Believe me, a lot of times multi-fight deals sit on the shelf and get dusty, and you say, when do we get to pull it off the shelf? But forget the deal for a minute. Those fights, absolutely we want to do those fights. Listen, we want her to get 4, if not 5 weight divisions worth of titles. She's got 3 right now. She did it within 10 fights. I want her to get a 3rd undisputed title. If she could go fight at 147 for the undisputed title, do it. Let's go. We're ready. We do it tomorrow. I mean, we wouldn't fight tomorrow. We'd make a deal tomorrow. Got to lose some weight there. But, we would go for a 3rd weight division that no man or woman's ever done, undisputed. This is about history. We're going for 3-minute rounds soon. Then we're going to go for 12 rounds. I mean, Clarissa Shields will know no bounds. She will continue to make history and do what others think is impossible. The only thing that I grit my teeth and shudder about is people have asked me over and over, when's she fighting a guy? And I have to say that's the one thing that I do step back and I pause and say, I'm not sure how to think about it or how to answer it. But I think Clarissa can do virtually anything she wants to do. And let her do it. And let her show young women around this country that you can do anything you want.
So, Mark, I want to go to some of your tweets that you said over the weekend. The first being Eddie Hearn already promoting with a smiling emoji. We bring Big Gate. He brings Dazn, Sky. If they really want it, time to narrow the gender pay gap. And please get a license plate for the 2 UK judges who had it 98-92 for Shannon. So I want to ask specifically, when you say we bring Big Gate, do you mean we like Clarissa and Savannah together, or you mean like Clarissa and yourself are the gate? Not yourself, but you being the team.
No. Let me say this. First of all, even though there's some public fun and jabbing back and forth, there's no animosity and nothing but constructive conversations going on between Dimitri and I and Eddie. And we just use public to just have some fun. But also, it's good to keep consumers engaged and informed. There's truth in everything that's said, even if there's some humor in it. So let's get to the truth in those statements. We have talked with Eddie. We have a sense of what the gate in the UK for a Shields-Marshall fight can be. We have a good sense. Eddie's a promoter. He's realistic. We talk money. The first thing you do is you see if you have enough money to make an event where fighters get paid and promoters make a profit. So everybody talks the same thing. And then you get to negotiations, but there's no reason to negotiate too hard until you got something that makes sense and is worth arguing a bit over. In the United States, when we go to Michigan, we know what Clarissa Shields can generate. It's a significant gate that we can do. So potentially, if you want to maximize revenues, if you look at the gate that the Clarissa Shields side can bring to the table in Michigan and combine that with what Eddie believes he can deliver through his TV prowess, together you've got the makings of revenue maximization, which will be necessary not to get the two fighters to agree, but more importantly, to address Clarissa's issue and principle of narrowing the gender pay gap. That happens when you maximize revenue. So we've got to work toward that, and we're doing that behind the scenes together.
So I don't know how you want to answer this, because obviously you don't want to shoot anything down, but how realistic was Clarissa versus Layla Ali?
Well, so here's what it takes to make a fight. You need two fighters, and you need, networks as partners and money to make a fight. As a fight goes, there's nothing Clarissa wanted more than to fight Layla Ali. As someone who wants to see women's boxing prosper and deliver big events on big platforms, there's nothing more that I would want to see than Clarissa fighting Layla Ali. I shouldn't say nothing more. There's plenty of great. I'd love to see Savannah Marshall. I'd love to see McCaskill or Katie Taylor. But Clarissa and Layla Ali is one of those transformational events that crosses over in a broad way. That's great for women's sports, women's boxing. So now it gets to, does Layla want to do the fight? I don't know if Layla truly wants to do the fight. I had some talks with her team, with some principals on her team. I'm not sure that she surely wants to do it. I was never able to really ascertain if it was about money or about athletics or what were the hot buttons that would be necessary. I also know that, I have a sense of the pay-per-view background of what that fight might do on pay-per-view, so I can sense what the money is. I talked to people who were willing to put some money up, but I got a sense that the money that Layla wanted was beyond anyone's reasonable risk on pay-per-view. I mean, remember, I don't think Layla ever made $1 million, and I think she did 100 or 120,000 buys in that range when she fought Joe Frazier's daughter, Jackie Live Frazier. And I don't know, therefore, if it was realistic economically for that fight to be done. But we tried, and we had 7 figures on the table for that fight and 7 figures of a guarantee available for Layla. But I didn't get a bite, when we put that bait on the line. And it was real bait. It was live bait, not frozen bait. But we didn't get the bite. So that just said to me that, the fight just might not have been there to be made. Hopefully I'm wrong and they hear this and other things that come back to the table, but it just didn't feel like it was happening.
Obviously, you've been in the business forever, and you might have thought of this already, but I don't know. Maybe now that exhibitions are like the new wave, yes, Thriller may throw some money at this particular, yes, kind of matchup.
Hold on, can I jump in there real quick? Okay.
Because that wasn't the question. The question is, do you see any other exhibition style? Because again, now that exhibitions are the new thing, is there any other exhibition that can cross Clarissa over? I was checking in the background, and out of all the females, she is the most popular in terms of numbers as far as social media goes. But is there an exhibition that you would love to make for her?
Well, there's a reason we're doing MMA for athletic reasons, for branding reasons, and for historic reasons. I think when Claressa does a few MMA fights, it's going to redefine her, rebrand her, but most importantly, I think it's going to open the doors to some other potential matchups that are potentially a little more fitting with today's younger demographics than some of the boxing matches, historically have been. And we have a contract with PFL. We're going to be fighting with them twice this year in special attraction matches, not part of the regular season format. Either next year or the year after, Claressa will be a part of their regular season format, where she's going to have a great opportunity to do some big events. And I think some very, Kayla Harrison, their current champion at 155 pounds, female, is a two-time Olympic gold medal winning athlete in judo. Claressa's got it in boxing. There's the makings of a real rivalry and a real attraction there. And within the world of MMA, there are plenty of potential matchups, not only in MMA, but also in a crossover boxing setting that are possibilities. So let's see what happens. But obviously, I've got my head, and Claressa has her head wrapped around some of those opportunities. We're looking to some of those potential opportunities in matchups. And I think we'll see some very interesting things develop over the next few years with her.
So, Mark, if the goal is to further grow the brand, what made you decide on PFL versus, the conglomerate that is the UFC? Wouldn't the UFC give her more exposure and having more experience know how to make her into a superstar? And
Great question. So I don't want to get too deep into the weeds there because there's a lot of confidential conversations that take place. And I have relationships with the principals at UFC, at Bellator, at One Championship, and at PFL. But a few things. First of all, from an athletics standpoint, UFC doesn't have a 150-pound weight division, 55-pound weight division. They go to up to 145. A little tough for Claressa Shields to make 145. That's asking a heck of a lot of her, and not something we really wanted to do. Remember, we're pursuing two sports. Could we do it one night for a fight with Katie Taylor or Jessica McCaskill? Yeah, we could do that. But to do it as a career, that's a pretty rough thing to do, and to mix it with boxing. Because remember, she's a two-sport star, so we got to keep her in a mix-in with weight classes where she can do both sports simultaneously. Second, I will say this. UFC had some great one-night matchups for her. Clearly, when we talked to UFC and Dana, we talked about Amanda Nunes. PFL has a slightly different plan in mind for Claressa. They have the 155-pound weight division, and they want to see her grow in that division and grow as an attraction in that division. I think there were just a number of pieces to the puzzle that fit with PFL that didn't fit as easily with the others. And that's not a knock on the others. That's really more giving some credit to PFL for understanding what puzzle pieces they had, in their basket, and making sure that those came on the table to make a deal work. I love the fact that PFL right now is on ESPN. As I said, there are going to be some other things with ESPN you're going to see announced over the next few weeks that are going to be real brand builders for us and for Claressa. I love Peter Murray. He's a great executive. He thinks big. He thinks broad. He thinks out of the box. Again, Dana White, and Scott Coker do the same thing. Right now, we're with Peter. We're thrilled to be with Peter, and we're going to make history with Peter and see where that takes us and where that takes him, and we're going to give him 150%.
And real quick, Mark, how you doing, man? My name's Alex Linus. I know I've been quiet here. I had a question about you are the president of the MMA Pro League, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I was just curious to know when did you really decide that you wanted to dabble into the sport of MMA, and will we be seeing Claressa Shields fighting in MMA Pro League?
So the quick up and down on MMA Pro League is I have a partner, Hani Darwish, who's a lifelong practitioner. He knows every fighter, every gym, every promoter, every venue, everything about MMA. He's a black belt himself and a great practitioner and a great coach, in addition to being a caricature and a promoter. Hani and I got together after I left HBO. We spoke my business skills and my media background, his MMA skills and background together. Hani had a great idea, which was doing MMA Pro League as a team-based concept. I loved it. I thought it had a lot of legs. And we went and put our heads together and we did a match. We tried it out. We wanted to do a proof of concept. We did it in Atlantic City a few years ago. We loved it. And ever since, we've been refining it, improving it, and working on financing for it. We don't quite have all the ducks in a row yet, but we continue to work on it patiently because, good businesses sometimes take time to line up the right way. But we continue to work on that. But it doesn't compete with any of the existing concepts or brands that are out there. And I learned a long time ago at HBO how to put walls up between fights, fighters, and various interests, and I do it very well. And, my management of Clarissa and working with the folks I work with in MMA, as opposed to, my potential future interest in MMA Pro League, won't conflict either. And because you always do what's best for the athletes, or you don't deserve to be managing them. So we'll see where it goes, but I'm excited about it.
And I had another question, just because, I know that MMA has a lot more probability for injuries, right? We can argue the back and forth, which is more of a dangerous sport, but both sports have their risks. But MMA, and me also, for a long time, being a gym rat in MMA and helping the other guys prepare for fights, I know that you can, get your arms extended, your height, there's a lot. You get judo slammed on your back. So how much of a concern is that, and what kind of control do you feel you have in protecting a Clarissa Shields from, maybe obtaining a risk that might affect her boxing career and just her combat career, period?
That's a great question, asked very well with a great understanding of the issues. So I really appreciate that. In fact, I made a couple of mental notes based on what you just said, and I'll be thinking about some things too. We understand that boxing and MMA are combat sports. That means you have risks in the ring, you have risks in training. We understand that unlike what Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders did, where they pursued sports in separate and defined seasons, our sports don't have seasons. They happen when they happen. And it means that there's going to be a lot of overlap. It means you got to have the right partners. Both Dimitri Salita and at Salita Promotions and Peter Murray at PFL understand that for this to work, Clarissa needs to be a star in both sports, and therefore we all have to have flexibility in what we do and how we do it. I've had long talks with Mike Winklejohn about how we modify her training regimen, particularly in the early days as she's learning. She's learning all of her skills, but there's certain risks that she's not put in front of on a regular basis, which you don't need to do early on. Those will be more important and more required, I think, as she gets more experience, more skill development, and potentially gets closer to participating in the full season with PFL, which could be next year or will be for sure the year after. So there's going to be an evolving process here of taking on risk in training as she evolves as a fighter. And yes, it's going to require some flexibility, and it's going to potentially have some bumps in the road. And there could be some injuries, there could be some schedules changed, and I'm sure that both the folks in boxing and MMA are going to lean on us a little harder as we develop in both, and particularly develop in MMA. And we'll have to do it at that point and be more mindful and respectful of their needs, the organization's needs that we're with. But we will, and hopefully we'll do our best to navigate through that tough landscape. But you're right, it'll be a tough landscape.
And just real quick, and that's before I pass it off, women like Heather Hardy, Amanda Serrano, who have been both boxers and in the MMA sport. Do you feel that the cross? Holly Holmes too. Yeah, Holly Holmes too. Yeah. Do you feel like that has helped them? Crossing over to an MMA sport, has that helped their boxing career? Do you feel that? Good question. And also, if you feel that that it didn't much, what is the difference between what you're going to do for Clarissa Shields that maybe wasn't done for Heather Hardy and Amanda Serrano?
Let me say this. Clarissa becoming a two-sport star isn't about her becoming better in boxing as a result of it. She's choosing to be a two-sport star because she wants to continue to make history and go where no athlete has gone. That's why she's doing it in a combat sport. That's why she's going to pursue 2 championships simultaneously. These are things that most human beings can't dream of, let alone try, let alone go out and do. I think Claressa Shields can do them. She feels that for the most part, she understands exactly what she needs to do to train for a boxing match. She has it down to a science. She has it within a box of maybe 6 weeks to get ready for a fight, even a big fight. So we don't feel it's going to sacrifice her boxing at all. And if we do this right, with 2 boxing matches and 2 MMA matches a year, basically, we can navigate the training and still basically have 3-month windows where she's got plenty of time to develop and grow in each sport. Now, if fighting 4 times a year doesn't enable her to reach the level she wants in MMA or maintain the level she wants in boxing, maybe we'll have to look at 3 fights a year and do 2 in one sport and 1 in the other and figure out where we'll do 2 and where we'll do 1. All of that, I understand, is something we have to be flexible with down the road to enable her to realize her goal, which is to make history. Look, the PFL wants to have the best product possible for PFL. Dimitri Salita wants the best possible product for boxing. Claressa Shields wants to make history. So my job is to help her navigate and continue to make history. And, we're going to do that to the best of our ability. But, you were all raising some good points. That will clearly occur along the way. But as I said, our goal here is not to sacrifice her boxing nor to improve her boxing. It's to make more history along the way in 2 sports. And we think we can still pursue her boxing history. The only issue with boxing history to me will be weight class issues. As long as she's in roughly the weight class she's in MMA, we have no worries. Now, she loses 20 pounds, sometimes more, when she fights and trains for every fight. Remember something. Here's a huge benefit about how MMA will help boxing. She's fighting at 155. She's fighting all year long. She will always be in shape. She will always be near weight and always be in shape. Losing weight to make a boxing match is not going to be what it's about. Even if she has to go to 147, she'll be within 7 pounds of that weight when she's doing MMA. She's going to be an athlete who on very short notice can be in shape and be ready. She won't have to focus on weight. She'll just have to focus on opponents and on specific skills, particularly in MMA. So there's a huge benefit there to being a 12-month year-round athlete. Now, how long can she do it? For how many years? We'll see what she, was able to do physically. We'll see, mentally and emotionally what she chooses to do. But the truth is, she's got God-given ability to do whatever she wants to do. We'll see what she chooses to do.
I was actually moving on. Well, before you explain that, I was actually going to also ask you, navigating. You said it yourself. This sport's not a sport that has season, and I think MMA is probably pretty much the same way. Yep. So I was just interested in listening and hearing to you explain how much harder do you think it's going to be for you to manage? It's hard enough trying to get Claressa Shields a fight in boxing and scheduling and injuries. So many factors that happen within the sport that don't allow certain fights to happen. And now you're going to be trying to navigate 2 schedules, boxing and MMA. How much difficulty do you think you're going to have doing that? And, is there a solution for that?
Yeah, there is, definitely. We've thought it through. We've had long talks about it with both Dimitri Salita and with Peter Murray and his colleagues at PFL. So first of all, let's go year by year. In 2021, Claressa will fight twice in MMA. Hasn't been announced yet, but I know when those fights are going to take place. And they absolutely allow us, and Dimitri knows when those fights will take place. So by coordinating and working together and having regular communications flow with both Dimitri and with Pete Murray at PFL, we can maximize her schedule. Dimitri's already planning. We're talking with Eddie Hearn, knowing what the MMA schedule is and knowing exactly how and when we can make a Savannah Marshall fight if the economics work there. So that's 2021. Now, 2022 in MMA, Claressa will either do 2 more special attractions like she's doing this year, or she'll participate in their regular season schedule. We know the timing of what those schedules will look like, and as a result, we know exactly where the gaps will be to schedule boxing. So as long as we know that well in advance, we can go navigate and schedule a boxing calendar. I'm not saying it's easy, but when you've been around the block as often and as long as I have, and when you've worked through these scheduling issues as well as rescheduling issues, get a sense of how to do it. We're going to have almost perfect information about PFL's season well before their 2022 season, as well as and boxing can be done at any time. And I know the biggest, best seasons in boxing when historically the networks like to program. Knowing that, we'll be able to navigate it. You just have to be fully informed, and you have to keep your partners fully informed. And I've always been collaborative. We have two great partners who recognize that their self-interests have to be left at the door a bit when they step in the room to talk with us about Claressa Shields. And we're all going to do what makes history, because in the end, that's going to be what's best for every party in the Claressa Shields business.
Stupendous.
And we're talking with Mark Taffet, the manager of Claressa Shields. Follow him on Twitter at Mark Taffet Media. Mark, do you have more time? You've been on 50 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much more time because I have another obligation I have to fulfill soon, but a few more ideas or topics if you want to pursue them.
We have
Please
a few
do.
questions here from the people. In Newark, New Jersey, King Amin says, Peace Champ, what's the best inside story about any of the HBO fights that you were involved in making? Any crazy stories that you can share about fighters, entourage, their pre-fight rituals, shady dealings, and anything like that?
Well, first of all, one of the reasons I was able to maintain my status on top of the sport for 25 years was because I respected confidentiality and sensitivity. And, you know, I got to see everything. I saw everything the promoters had. They took me deep into the vaults, so to speak, of their business, sitting on their side of the table. Doesn't happen with television executives often. And I got to do that because they knew they could trust me. So unfortunately, there's not a lot that I talk about that people might want to hear. Maybe someday it'll show up in my book. But I always have to be mindful and respectful of the legacies of the people I work with. You know, they've got friends and families too. And they, again, they let me in. They help make my life and my career better. So, you know, I don't violate that. There were so many great stories. One of the great stories I always laugh about was making the Jones-Ruiz fight, which was made with Don King. Because, you know, Roy was 160, Ruiz was over 200 pounds. And in order to make that fight and make it spicy for consumers, we had to have something at stake. And because John Ruiz wasn't the biggest well-known heavyweight in the business, in effect, we made Don King a part of that promotion. So what I did for the press conference, we surprised Don. I made an 8-foot pair of plastic scissors and told Roy that when he went up to the dais, he was going to bring those scissors and he was going to announce that if he won the fight, Don King had to succumb to a haircut from Roy Jones. And Roy laid down the challenge. And I had our IT department at HBO create big cardboard cutouts mounted on styrofoam of Don with 4 different funny haircuts. Not that his own original haircut isn't funny. We added a few more. And we put it out on the internet, you know, because there wasn't a lot of social media then. And the haircut that won was a crew cut, basically. So we got up and announced it, and Don King, as soon as Roy announced it, you know, and he pulls me aside and he says, "Let me ask you something. If Roy wins, do I got to get that haircut?" And I said, "Don, you remember when Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier? Muhammad Ali said, if Joe Frazier beats me, I will crawl across that ring on my hands and knees and I will kiss his shoes." And I said, "Don, Joe won the fight. Did that ever happen?" And Don said, "Good point. Okay, I accept." And he took the bet. And Roy did win the fight. And I don't remember Don King getting that haircut.
That's funny.
Next one, the next 2 basically you answered, but we want to shout them out. Mr. Adore says, how long is Claressa Shields committed to PFL, and when will we see her back in the ring, hopefully against Savannah? Marshall. Yeah. So you didn't say exactly how long she's committed to PFL, but you're saying that she's going to fight both in PFL and Savannah this year if all goes well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Savannah is best for the September through December timeframe. You know, that's when boxing will be very big. That's when I think it'll fit, and it'll also, you know, the Savannah fight potentially, one could argue, you know, should happen in the spring of 22. I only say that, again, this is not a negotiation about do we want to do a fight or not, but I want to see that fight be as big as it can be. And one of the things I do want to talk with Dimitri and Eddie about is let's make this fight be the one that breaks through and really, sets the trend. And do we need to spend a little bit of time building the fight and maybe doing a little bit more with Savannah here in the United States to make the fight as big as it can be? So I don't think really before the fall it makes sense, but maybe November is a good time to do a fight. We'll see how that goes.
Listen,
if not, surely the spring of 22. And in terms of PFL, we're committed for a few years. We've got a multi-year deal, so we'll be there for a while.
You have a point with Savannah, man. I didn't know her numbers were that. She's only got like 35,000 followers on Instagram. They might need to build her up a little bit.
Yeah, well, let me say this with Savannah. So Savannah is a really good fighter, and
Mark,
she
Mark,
is developed.
We're losing you. I think we just lost them all together. Yeah, we
frozen in time.
Yeah.
He was giving you the people, the Hulk Hogan, like, did you hear that? Yo. Clarissa Shields, champ. Double sport. She ain't a two division, she a two sport champ. That's what she wants to be. I mean, look, I'm gonna have to look back and see if Amanda Serrano became a MMA champ. I'm not sure. I don't know if Heather became a champ, or I know Holly Holmes did become UFC champ. But then it got taken, obviously. But she was champ for a little bit. So we'll see what's up, man. I'm excited. I'm really interested and excited to see how this plan pans out. And the key point that he put emphasis on is that she wants to be great. She wants to do things that nobody's done. She's on her Muhammad Ali-ish. So mad props and kudos to Clarissa, man. Yo, that picture is hilarious.
Shout out to Bo and Bama that found that. He's a Don King fan. So, but let me upload that so y'all can see the whole peak.
Bro, my boy looks like.
The only thing I did was threw a lot of money at them and gave them integrity.
Shout out to Don King is like, bro.
Bo with the ill intro, man. I gotta hear Bo. You gotta call him. I need to hear that intro, man.
Let's go to these callers. Looks like we lost Mark, but we thank him for coming on. That was a good enough interview. I know he's busy.
Very knowledgeable person, man, and been around for so daggone long. I thought you were gonna jump in. Yeah, he's been in the game for so daggone long, man. He knows a lot of things, a lot of secrets.
A lot.
You know what I mean?
He said he went into the deep vault, man.
No.
The deep vault, man, of the what?
Get a full he must have a full understanding, a deep understanding of how this works.
Bro, I wanted to talk to him about Danielle Perkins, his heavyweight. I'm really excited about her, but I didn't know Savannah got 35,000 followers. They need to do something. Clarissa's the highest. I didn't know. I thought Clarissa's like 400. Not even Katie. Katie's like 386, I think. And Jessica, did I check Jessica? I think Jessica's low too. But damn, Savannah low as hell. I ain't think she was that low.
What's her
McCaskill
her tag?
McCaskill's lower than her. She got 20. What's this other girl name?
We gotta get her up.
What's the one McCaskill beat, yo?
Brackus.
Cecilia Brackus.
Cecilia probably got some numbers, nothing crazy, but
see if you find her. I don't see her. Is she on here?
She gotta be.
Cecilia.
There you go. I got her. She's up on the 69,000, 69.5.
Damn. Yeah, man. So Clarissa really is balling out here.
Blowing these girls out the water.
Clarissa. I think we got Mark back, Ness. I believe we do.
Really?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Mark.
Hey, Thanks for coming back. But
yeah,
if you don't have any
that was my phone. My bad. My phone ran out. I'm sorry.
It's
But we
all
were just
good,
in the middle of
James.
talking about just the last question. I think we can if you want to address about Savannah.
Well, I mean, we'll slide one in here. James Benitez says, most people with your amount of success don't give any cares about women's pay and gender equality. What prompted you to be so passionate about this issue? Also, thanks for being a fighter for equality and wish you much more success.
So one of the knocks that I had while I was helping generate 58 million buys and $3.7 billion of revenue was I was doing a lot of commerce, but I didn't very often feel I was fulfilling, more important social missions. And it's something that's always been important to me since I was a young kid. I realized when I retired from HBO that I had the opportunity to give back to athletes, many of whom I saw being taken advantage of over the years. And I said, I can really help some people. I got a break at some point, changed my life. Let me see if I can use my time now to help some people change their lives and open a lot of doors. And the beautiful thing of working with somebody like Clarissa Shields is not only can I use my background to help somebody with the God-given abilities that she has, but through her and on her strong back and broad shoulders, by helping her, you can help millions and millions of women and young women and female athletes around the world. And I said, wow, if that's not worth it, what is? And that really is what motivated me to work with Clarissa and to do the work I do with her and for her. It's very, very rewarding. And I know it makes a difference. And, I've got a daughter, I've got granddaughters, and it makes me feel really good to know we're helping open the door and narrow those gaps that are truly important.
I know I said that was the last one, but I do want to slide in just for you to tell us a little bit about Danielle Perkins. I really am a fan of her and excited. So I guess my main question is how are you gonna make her a star? Can we find? I've never heard of any other heavyweights. Is she moving down?
Yeah.
What is the plan for her?
Yeah. Well, there's always a plan. First of all, Danielle Perkins, 38 years old, brand new set of tires, very, very few miles on those tires.
I didn't know she was 38. Holy smokes.
Yes. She is a lovely young woman, intelligent, savvy, purposeful. Another one, as soon as I met her, I said, helping somebody like this is not only helping her, but it's going to help a lot of others. When I was young, started at HBO, we used to talk a lot about the fact that there was boxing and then there was heavyweight boxing. And in women's boxing, as you know, unfortunately, it's been marred by mismatches and too often fighters who weren't as athletic as either the fans hoped or perceived maybe the athletes would be or should be. When you look at Danielle Perkins, I always say that is Karl Malone. She looks like Karl Malone. She could be a power forward. Now, interestingly, Danielle played college basketball for St. John's. She was a standout college basketball player. She played professional basketball in Europe, and she had an incredible misfortune. She was crossing the street, got hit by a car. In Europe, she was paralyzed for 2 years. 2 years. Never thought she'd walk again. Finally was able to get her walking back, and then realized that some of the fine motor skills you needed for basketball weren't going to be there, and that's how she took up boxing. Unbelievable story. She is talented. She is strong, committed, lovely woman, articulate. She's got big, broad shoulders, and she looks, like I said, she looks like Karl Malone, in a much prettier version, trust me, and with boxing gloves on. This young woman can be the third leg of the stool. You got Katie Taylor in the lighter divisions, Clarissa owning the middle divisions. If we had Danielle Perkins develop in the heavyweight division, she'll attract more heavyweights, she'll attract more athletes, she'll bring some glamour to that division, and that would definitely lift women's boxing yet again to another level. So I've made the commitment to her to try to find matches and matchups for her to advance her career and really, advance the women's boxing and women's sports as a result. I think it will happen. I think before we're done, she'll go down as the greatest heavyweight in female boxing history, and I hope to be a part of it.
Do you foresee, are you going to bring her up, I guess, without a network? Because I seen her on Ring TV, Ring City TV.
Yeah.
So are you looking for a network, or do you just want to keep her active at the moment?
At the moment, I want to keep her active. I think, networks will quickly become attracted to her.
Oh.
They will, but we are going to need a little time. I want to develop her. I want to get her the right kinds of matches. I want to make her a bit more of an attraction before we sign too quickly with a network. But networks like her, everything about her, in the ring and outside the ring. She is a credit to women's sports, women's boxing, and women in general. And everyone who meets her recognizes it. The interview requests are lining up all the time for her. So we know we've got the right product, and so we're going to develop her carefully and according to her own plan. Now, remember something: you got to run a little bit faster, because while she's got a few miles on the tires, she is 38 years young. So we're not on a 10-year plan here, and I think she's going to be a heavyweight champion within 6 to 12 months for sure.
And when you decided to work with her, did you have a talk with Kay, or the fact that she was already working with Kay was like all you needed to know how good and how far?
Good question. So I saw Danielle fight on a Salida Promotions card that took place in Michigan. And it took me about 30 seconds to love what I saw in that athlete. I spoke with her promoter, and now co-promoter, Marshall Kaufman, who now co-promotes her with Dimitri Salida. I spoke with her co-manager with me, and her trainer, James Cooper. And I spoke with Danielle. And Danielle and I had a long talk for well over an hour. It was pretty clear that she had the right people around her. She was going in the right place. She had the right background. She's got a strong family network behind her. And she's got her head on her shoulders, big, strong, and straight. And her eyes see straight ahead, know exactly where they're going. It didn't take much at all for me to decide that I wanted to work with Danielle Perkins and put her on a fast track. And Coach K loves her, and that of course that speaks volumes as well.
Well, Mark, I know that's all the time. Oh.
Hold on, real quick. One quick question. It's real.
Go ahead.
It's a real fast question. I like to ask these questions to fighters, but I'm gonna try to tailor it to the great Mark. When you're doing a big show.
No, I don't enjoy getting hit.
No, not at all. What is your pre-fight meal, and do you have a post-fight guilty pleasure, a post-show guilty pleasure?
What that is an unbelievable question. And it actually just made me taste So when I did most of my big fights in my career at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, I worked at every great venue, but many of them took place there. I love sushi. And the MGM Grand had for many years, my wife and I used to go there every time we went. We'd go there every night. It was one of the greatest sushi places ever. I used to go by myself before a fight, before I had to go to the arena, sit by myself, have a couple of sushi rolls, and just think about the card, the historical issues at stake, what we needed to make that card work. That was my pre-fight ritual for years, well over a decade. Post-fight, I just wanted a glass of red wine to relax and really savor is what the red wine equaled in my mind. It allowed me to savor what we did, reflect on it, enjoy it for a moment, because it's hard work and you're focused. You're focused, like a dog when you're doing those fights. When they're over, you take a little sit back time and say, wow, look what we did. And also you take the pluses and the minuses. How did we do? What should we have done better? And the red wine, the glass of red wine symbolized that relaxed time for me in that thought time. So great question. Glad you asked it.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for being a great sport.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Taffert, manager of Clarissa Shields and of Danielle Perkins. Beautiful interview. Yeah, man. So catch us on the next one. Nah, I'm joking. We got plenty of callers to go out to.
You like that sushi. I know you like sushi, Daz.
As soon as he said sushi, Ness was like, whoa.
Yo, actually, as soon as he said sushi, I'm like, damn, I got to go to my spot. Yo, I found a spot out here. They be all right. The only thing out here is that they don't make it. Like, I had
better than Orlando, Ness? Better than because that Orlando spot we went to was fire.
Is it better than Orlando? Definitely up there, comparable. We would have to go back to Orlando, but this is definitely a spot that I could recommend and go to. I've already gone twice.
You like sushi, Francis?
I love it.
Yo, I don't like. It's not my thing. My girl loves it. Loves it.
You tripping,
My girl don't really fuss with it either, but I love it, man.
Yeah, it's funny.
Drew tripping, homie. Drew tripping. You don't love sushi.
It's you crazy, man.
Yo, let me get out to these callers. I want to thank everybody that tuned in. And we got any super chats we need to get to? Don't forget, 1:30. We going live right here on YouTube.com/The Boxing Voice. Members only. Untitled is going down. You're going to hear about my trip to Dallas. That's why we had no live fight chats. I was rubbing elbows with the Jerry Joneses of the world and talking some business. Trying to get border wars under the 100,000 seated arena. Nah, I'm joking about
Let's go, Chief.
Nah, I'm joking about that. But we definitely met some millionaires and had some great conversations, and we're looking forward to some big things for TBV here in the near future, man. We're going to talk all about it on Untitled, plus answer any questions that you guys might have asked on the topics and, questions posts on patreon.com/The Boxing Voice, only on patreon.com/The Boxing Voice. We went down, we're going to go out to Bo since everybody want to hear that intro. Bo in Bama, what's going on?
One of the fighters is going to lose, and no matter what, Don King's going to win. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's in America, man. That's enterprise. I didn't write the rules. I revolutionized the pay scale in boxing. I paid fighters more money than anyone in the history of the sport. That is a true fact. You know what I mean? That has been done. So when I be, the only thing I could be guilty of is hitting them in the head with $100 bills, giving them dignity, pride, and a lot of money. So now whatever it is more than what they could get from any adversary of mine. Otherwise, they wouldn't be with me.
Hitting them in the head with $100 bills.
Calling me, he called in to have his intro played and dropped off. All right, we going to
Call him Cricket.
Seattle. Mr. PBC, are you available?
Mr. BBC.
Yo, that's my favorite.
Mr. PBC, baby.
BoxingVoice.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believes he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife. Cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby. Yo, what's good? Real niggas only. Fake niggas on me. I like Boots. He's a good prospect.
Whoa. You was talking junk about him. He beat the brakes off Lipinets, man. You ain't gonna give him his respect?
Okay, since you're gonna butt into my call,
butt in. I like that.
I had Lipinets, and I even called in and said 20% he has a chance to win. 20%. I want to get to a real fight that I really like. The blonde bomber. She was killing it. Shout out to.
But she didn't win. Why everybody talking about her and she didn't win?
Oh, I get confused between. I thought Courtney was a blonde bomber the whole time.
Hell no.
Okay. Anyways, I liked Courtney. She was really good. Shout out to Savannah Marshall representing.
Wait. So the blonde bomber wasn't good. It was Courtney.
It was Courtney. My bad. Shout out to Joe Smith and a lot of those people, representing that good old boy style, getting that win, getting that gift. I had Blastoff or Valadoff, whatever his name is, winning that fight. I really was upset.
Did you just call him Blastoff?
Blastoff.
Valsdorf or whatever shit.
My man
I had him winning that fight. I'm not good at pronouncing names.
No, me neither. But that was fun. I like that
one. You've been buttoning my call seriously a lot, but
you've been over a minute, so I've been blessing you. You actually.
I want to finish. I'm trying to fucking finish.
148. 150.
Pause.
I liked him. I feel like he won. I feel like Joe Smith knew he lost.
Nah.
He was holding the belt like it was a gift. He was holding it with two hands. And shout out to Jaron Boots. Hopefully he can get somewhere, but right now I don't think he's ready to go anywhere.
So
he needs to stay in the lower 15 to 10.
You don't want him to fight Crawford right now? You don't want him to fight Crawford?
I think it'll be more. He'll have a better fight against Crawford than now. But right now I would rather see him fight Michael McKeeson. Beat up the dude who cheated Congo and tripped him over 3 times. I want to see that fight. That's my call.
All right. Yo, I mean, we going out too. Cincinnati zone. Brandon, what up?
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up from back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Folks jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pitch and let 9 go. We slap with the thick glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Yo, what up? How my audio?
Damn, super. I don't think you ever been this clear. It's probably gonna mess up.
Man, yeah, that's probably because I'm laid up in bed. But shout out to y'all. What up, Domi, Francis, Ness? But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and say it now. I'm officially on the train. I got Boots ranked number 3 in the division. I got Bud Earl Boots, Pac at number 4, Virgil at number 5. I'm sorry. I think Boots beats all of them cats except for Bud and Earl, and he competes against Bud and Earl. Them ain't, fights he can't win, in my opinion. I think he has the most natural, God-given talent out of probably everybody in the division, but he just ain't got the experience. I think he washes Danny, Keith, Shawn, all them old niggas, man, that ain't really that great. They just got big names. Because when you think about it, what do Shawn, Danny, and Keith do better than Jaron? They're not faster, they're not stronger, they're not younger, they're not quicker.
Defense.
Who's better? Who's defensively better than?
I mean, if you think
Ennis?
Danny was gonna get hit with all them shots, Ennis got hit versus Lipinets, you tripping right now. You super tripping.
Yeah, he will.
And if you don't think Shawn Porter completely, like straight up tractor trailer, fucking John Deere, lawnmower.
Run that.
Yeah.
He'll run fucking Lipinets straight down. Yo, Shawn Porter is like a coffee grinder, and Lipinets is a little bean.
Right, like he did for Mella, right? Like he did for Mella. Sure,
he
sure
beat the brakes off from Mella.
No, he didn't. Ben beat the brakes off from Mella. Shawn didn't do shit.
Oh, now you got to get a knockout. So if you don't knock somebody out, you ain't beat nobody up. All right, I got you.
Like I said, man, my top 5 right now is Bud, Earl, Boots, Pac, and Virgil. The rest of them niggas, I think Virgil can beat them cats too. It's time for them old niggas to move over. They irrelevant right now.
Y'all gotta take them old dudes out. That's what y'all gotta do. You could call them old you all you want. Won't you show them how old they are?
They gonna have to send their best fighter for the champ.
Hey James, what up? You rocking out? James Payne, lethal. Just listening.
Don't get hit with the crickets.
Long Beat. Oh, he's not listening. He's ready.
James Payne is my name, partner. How about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chilling in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the
TBV was popping. Best part of waking up. Well, I've been up for a minute, so it ain't really waking up. But that TBV in my cup, the slogan from the 80s. Great fights over the weekends. Kept me thoroughly entertained. Nodded off. Woke back up. It was still fights going on. Didn't win as much money as I would like to, but we still took a positive and not a negative. So I appreciate TBV.
Did you make any straight bets?
In the straight bets, yeah, I made straight bets on them upsets and didn't get nothing, but the parlays made up for it, though. The parlays that y'all advised me on with the more so the favorites winning, and so they made sure that I was in the positive, not the negative. So I didn't take no L's. It was positive weekend, even though it just wasn't no big wins. But it's all to the good. You wouldn't have had a big win unless one of them folk was able to pull the upset. Didn't hear the early part of the show, but Ennis, he's looking spectacular right now. But I would like to see him against a more stellar competition, one of the top 5 in the welterweight division, if possible. Maybe they can make the fight. Please, would the boxing community stop giving Gamboa fights? I'm sick and tired of hearing about him getting passed around like a motherfucking man. They passing him around like he's a hacky sack, man.
Nah. See, this is a different fight. Like, this is a step up for Colbert. Colbert ain't a champ.
He ain't a champ.
Devin Haney and Gamboa. I mean, Devin Haney and Gervonta were champs. Like, you know, Gervonta was a big name already. Like, you know, we wasn't expecting him to fight an older dude, but like, this is what you do when you develop in a fighter. Like,
that what's up, man.
I'm just saying, I'm keeping it real. Chris ain't a world champ.
I believe you, and I just want to get my call in because I know I got probably a second or two left. But man, I want to hear your perspective on it. Please continue on that thought as soon as I finish this last point. And then I was listening to the gentleman, heard about probably 30 minutes of him talking about Clarissa. My only thing, man, these super smart motherfuckers, man, you know, they be knowing how to crunch numbers, they be knowing how to hypothesize and theorize and all this shit, man. But the fight game is the fight game. When you doing fight game MMA, fight game boxing, anything can happen in training, anything can happen in the ring. So I hope Clarissa, you know, I feel like, man, she done made history already. So she can continue to make history right where she at in the boxing game. She ain't got to be getting kicked in the face by none of these females. Maybe she won't. Maybe she'll whitewash all the females she get in the MMA cage with or whatever they doing. But I feel like she done already made hella history. She gonna continue to make history. All that extra shit that's not necessary. But, you know, that's her career and the gentleman's guiding it. So we just gotta sit back and watch and hope for the best. So that's my call. I'm gonna hang up and listen. Ness, please continue that point about Gamboa and Colbert.
So I mean, again, I just, you know, Colbert is an interim champion. So for me, this is a good fight for my boy Chris Colbert, you know.
Prime time.
Gamboa is a former world champion, and that's what you do when, you know, you're on the come up. You know, this is just that. Like, he's fuck, I didn't send both these shits. All right, let me get to Dom. Talk to me. Counter.
Let me piggyback off of that, Ness. I like Chris Colbert. I think if he does this in a better fashion than every single nigga who faced Gamboa, he will be in the topic of discussion. If he stops him, he does it better than David Haney. If he stops him quicker, he did it better than Gervonta St. Davis. If he does it quicker and quicker, let's say 3 or 4, and dominates him like he's been doing, he has the power and he's slick. Hey man, I got Chris Colbert. I know a lot of people have their eyes set on Boots. I don't really wear boots a lot, so I'm more of like a person who likes a good fighter. I don't think Boots, he was getting hit too much for a lower level fighter to be hitting him. But you know, if the Bud train is off, I guess the Boots train is on.
So does Boots beat Bud though?
I say, like I've already said in my last call, I feel like he has a better chance of beating Bud than Earl.
Okay. Let me go out to Long Beach here. We got
Long Beach in the house. Yeah.
Yo, what it do, family?
What up? What up?
Shit, good to hear from y'all, man. First, real quickness, man, I didn't get to hear what y'all was out there doing in Dallas, man, and I've always been kind of interested in the direction of the boxing voice. You know, I sat in on a panel one time when we was out there. You guys were doing the Vanez Martirosyan Triple G fight for Chivas Regal. So I just kind of wondering if you could tell us, like, when you're doing that type of stuff, what's the direction? Like, what do you see for the boxing voice with that type of being involved at that level?
I mean, we're going to talk all about it at 1:30 on Untitled. Live. We scheduled for 1:30 on Untitled, and we're going to talk about it. And, I just sent my co-hosts one email that they need to look at. We're going to have a meeting after and prep. But yeah, man, we're gonna talk about it, and you know, it's really up to us, is what I could tell you, JP. If we, like fighters, become more disciplined, we can take advantage of an opportunity that's been presented to us.
Okay, sound good. Clarissa Shields, man, I'm glad we got that insight from I don't know his name, the guy that called in on her behalf,
Mark Taffet.
Taffet, yeah, good insight. And to me, moving in strategically in business, I think he's right. I've been wondering for the longest, like, what do we do with Clarissa? We may happen to have the greatest women's fighter on our hands of all time right now, but the trajectory doesn't seem to be there. And I think he was right with saying we're going to take her elsewhere. We need a broader, a less casual fan base. I think the boxing fan base is too hardcore to propel her. If you move her around, she might go over there and get her fucking head kicked off like Ronda Rousey and them when it's a chick who can fight, who got to deal with chicks with legs. So, but I think if Clarissa can win at that level, man, we could have something, a big time women's combat star. I'll talk to y'all later.
All
right. JP, man, my brother, man. Shout out to you out there, man.
So fellas,
yeah,
man.
You got any super chats that we missed?
Yeah, do me check on the super chats, my friend.
Because you know,
last time I refreshed, we had them all, but I think we had some that came in at the last momento. So let me hit this refrescar button, and I think we had one from my man Lee Dre Stevens, and also from Ken Stone. So here we go. Lee Dre Stevens says, boots look great, the future, but Lipinets was tailor-made for him. Come forward, no defense, smaller, short arms, and 140 power. So yeah, I mean, you know, we spoke about that, him coming up and all that, but at the end of the day, you know, what style is not tailored for a guy like Boots, man? He's ready for everything. He's a switcher. He can fight on the inside, you know, in the phone booth. He uses his length and fight. This kid got it all, so it's going to be pretty hard to see who is not tailor-made for
Alex, Boots got a 74-inch reach advantage, man.
Yeah, no, the
67, bro. That reach advantage, if he can fight tall and not get into that phone booth fight, it's gonna be hard to get around, man. You're gonna take somebody special, you know what I'm saying, to get around that. That jab is retarded.
The attributes are crazy. So, you know, it's gonna be tough for any guy going in there and trying to, you know, share the ring with Boots. Ken Stone was the one that was last here on the super chat, I believe, and his super chat reads: Joe Smith versus Beterbiev is Foreman Lyle at 175. Damn, took it back. Yeah, Joe Beterbiev, man. Man, Beterbiev I think hits probably a little harder than Vlasov. So you know, taking punches from Beterbiev is gonna be way different for Joe Smith. It'll be a good fight though. Joe Smith was durable. How'd you like that fight, man? I mean, Joe Smith.
I a chance to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I seen that. I was caught up in some other things. Yeah,
it's all good. Some feel like it was a close fight. Some feel like it was, you know, Vlasov's fight. But you know, it was a good fight nonetheless. I'm pretty sure we'll touch on it either later or tomorrow or maybe when Nuss gets back. But. Yeah, man. Remember, people. We got Border Wars 11 in Watertown, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Shout out to DEFCON again, our sponsors, providing the venue. It's gonna be lit. You know, we're gonna have the lasers, the music.
I got another counter punch from Mr. PBC. Talk to me.
Yo, shout out to the Great White Hypes. They are coming out the woodwork. We got Tommy Morris's son coming back. Savannah Marshall with 10 fights, but Eddie Hearn believes she can beat Clarissa Shields.
How many fights Clarissa
Fury,
got?
Like 17 or 15 or something like that.
I don't know about all that.
No.
Well, anyways, but shout out to the Great White Hypes, man. They're coming out. We had Tommy Morrison Saturday, and he was getting it in, got the gift. Joe Smith got the gift. It was just a gift bag yesterday, man. And Savannah Marshall, Eddie Hearns is putting money on it. He's like, I have her beating her. She will beat Clarissa Shields. She'll be the only one.
She's a big
Tyson
girl,
Fury,
man. Big girl.
bringing out them gloves. Yo, I can't wait to see it, man. Boxing is getting beautiful, especially when the Great White Hypes come out.
Big
That's
girl,
my call.
man. Big girl, though. Savannah's a big girl, man. I mean, arguably, if Savannah was smart, right, and if she could beat Clarissa, she would beat Danielle Perkins too. You know, Danielle would be older by the time Savannah moves up to heavyweight. Danielle, she's already 38. You know, they're gonna be building her, and then boom, you get that heavyweight title. If you can do Clarissa, now you know her power looks real, bro. Her power looks real, man, and she's like so confident the way she fights, bro. She's running down on girls and really letting hands go, man. I don't know. That is a fight. The thing is, I didn't know that she was that small. Let me show y'all so people don't think I'm hating. I like, you know, we interview her all the time here. I never even noticed her numbers being that low.
Who's small though?
Small in terms of numbers, big
Numbers.
in terms of stature.
I'm like, damn.
What you said, it sounded like you're talking about size. not numbers.
No, I meant small in terms of her numbers, like 35,000. And I know Instagram ain't end all be all, but obviously Ebony Bridges showed you it's important. Social media is important, and I mean, how big is this fight if only 35,000 people know her? How big is this
Clarissa,
fight?
man? It's too much dog in Clarissa, man.
I hear you, but this is a big girl, man. This is
I hear
a big
you, but listen,
girl.
man. You want to talk about grinding?
It's
Too
a
much
big
dog
girl.
in Clarissa,
Big
man.
girl,
I'm
man.
all right, man. I hear you though. You can't deny those
Clarissa
measurements.
got
the measurements
two
and stuff,
knockouts, bro. Clarissa got 2 knockouts. I think Savannah only knocking girls out.
Dub. That fight was a dub. That opponent, Lindbergh, was a dub.
No, look, you can see her age, but listen,
Shit.
dub or not, she knocking them out.
I get you.
Where's
Listen,
you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Height,
we talking about all the
height,
knockout
shit,
streets. We understand it. Innit?
Height,
you know what I'm saying? Bruv, I'm trying to tell you, you're not listening to me. I understand the measurements
I
and
don't
stuff
know.
like
Listen,
that.
and one other thing that dudes need to stop playing. We gotta start respecting that you know, that Fury name, man. Peter Fury trains her, man.
Joe.
And those dudes are successful, man. They even Huey, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's made it to the high level. You know, he's gotten there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, like, look at the Smiths. You know, they've gotten to that high level. So, you know, I don't know. Savannah ain't no joke, man. And she got the mental. Maybe Clarissa ain't showing it. Maybe I'm wrong, but she got the win over her. So that's still in the back of your head. You know, why does Clarissa always say, like, oh, she using my name? You know, what has she done now? Because she's trying to show, like, yeah, I lost that fight, but look at all that I've done since I lost that fight. You know what I'm saying? Because she doesn't like that people are hung up on the fact that she lost that fight. So even though she the A side, she still got to go back and avenge that loss in the boxing world. It's like Dillian White and AJ, right? Then they had that one fight in the amateurs, and that's why it's like, oh, yep. Dillian, I beat you in the amateurs, so AJ had to avenge it. It's some UK thing. It's not us Americans telling Clarissa to go avenge the amateur loss. Like look at how Shawn answered that question when he was asked about the Cuban. He's like, yo, you think I'm like, no, if that fight comes, it comes, but you think that I turned pro to, like, yo. And Clarissa is, again, like I said, she's done so much since she's literally written history since, you know, turning pro. From everything that she's done, like the fact that she fought Shawn and Shawn became unified shows you the level. Like, keep in mind, we started re-ranking and giving Pedraza more credit for becoming a 2-time, Porter 2-time, Devin Alexander 2-time. You know, when you can do it, and those are same divisions. Like, when you can do it in the same division, you proving something, because, yo, you talking about generations going through them divisions and you becoming a champ again. The dudes that don't respect Kovalev is just haters, you know what I mean? My man became a 3-time light heavyweight champ in the same division throughout this generation, the last whatever amount of years. You know, I hear you, Sneezy. How is she the A side? Because she's bringing everything.
Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, she don't bring the network, so she don't bring the offer. I get you, and I'm not here to argue with that. I'm just saying there's no bigger fight for Savannah. There's no bigger fight for Savannah. You understand? There's just no bigger fight.
Gonna keep finding Lindberghs, man.
There's no bigger fight for her. I mean, maybe I'm shocked Eddie hasn't gotten Savannah like a Christina Hammer. Like, why they not doing the top rank route? Like, top rank usually like, we fought this one. Francis fought this one. Doomy gonna fight this one too, so you can know how they look, versus the same opponent. But keeping it moving, man. We going out to JT in New Orleans. You available, JT, New Orleans? LV Slugger. Oh, JT's available.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, that comment. Come on. That was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. We're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What are you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yo, what's up, yo?
What up?
Chilling, man. I watched the fight, Jaron Ennis. I kind of agree with Brandon on certain topics when it comes down to Boots. I do think we made a comment. I think he beat Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is a good counter puncher, but based off what the movement, how Boots move, he got similar movement to like Bud Crawford. So I think he is like the third top welterweight in the division. I don't see Keith Thurman beating him. I see Keith Thurman giving him a good fight, but Keith Thurman swing too wide for Boots. I think Boots beat him. I think he beat all the other welterweights. I think Shawn Porter lose to him as well, but of course Shawn Porter is a good fight. That's a good test for Boots around Ennis, because Shawn Porter gonna come to fight. He gonna make it close, make it ugly. But I still think Boots beats those guys. He's a top welterweight. He's the next big thing coming up, man. So I just can't see. I'm waiting to see what's next for him. I think he gonna have to go through the same process like Errol did, and Bud and them did as well. So I mean, I don't think he will get no chance to fight them no time soon. But I'm excited about Boots. That's all I got.
All right, LV Slugger. Hold on, cause we got another counter punch from Mr. PBC.
So we talking about people who beat people in the amateurs. Shit, didn't Ugas beat Terence Crawford in the amateurs?
Who?
Didn't Ugas beat Terence Crawford in the amateurs?
Then Danny?
I mean, then why don't we bring up that then?
Because
look, man, I ain't running with the Savannah train, man. She needs to fight. Yeah, that would be a good fight. Christina Hammer, somebody like. Come on, man. Like, you got Katie Taylor out here beating on people. I got Clarissa Shields the best, the GOAT. I don't see Savannah. If someone gets close to her, we haven't seen anybody get in the pocket with her, get in the phone booth. Fight the girl who was taking that fought what's her name? The one with the wig piece. Frershawn Cruz. What was that one girl that fought her?
Yeah.
That Mexican girl.
Yo, but that's a. They should offer Shawn the unification. Shawn's
exactly.
On that network, and.
But hold on. Wasn't Clarissa Shields at 160 though?
Nah. Shawn at 168, and Savannah's at 160 right now.
But wasn't Clarissa Shields right in the same division? Why didn't she come out and do it then?
No, because Savannah.
Is she so good?
Because Clarissa was more like ahead, you know what I'm saying? Savannah.
Hey man, sound like somebody was ducking.
Looking back, champ.
I hear you.
It sound like somebody was ducking, man.
I don't know. I just want the fight, but thanks for calling in. Let me get to LV Slugger.
LV.
What up?
TBV fellas, what up?
How are you?
What up? Good. What up, man? Good show, man. Good show. Good interviews, you know what I'm saying? Good little weekend of boxing too, man. I don't even know what FA, shout out FA, he did his thing. He looked good this weekend. You know, he back on his knockout streak. I'm trying to start back on that. Shout out Big Baby too, man. I enjoy even though his opponent won, all that. I just enjoyed, how he came in and what he was doing. So I feel like he gonna be a top dog once he get up there. But man, the young crop of 147 looking good, man. I gotta give him Boots looking good. I ain't know he was gonna get him out early like that, but he definitely looked good.
I
He
told you,
did say,
LV. If you were listening, I told you.
yeah. He definitely said that. Yeah, he got him up out of there, man. He looked good, man. He was more patient than that Van Heerden fight. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he was more aggressive. That Van trying to hurry up and get him up out of there, but he definitely looked good. Conor Ben did his thing. You know what I'm saying? He looked good, able to stop him in one round. Yeah, I think these 147, these young.
You was cool with that stoppage?
That was I don't really. He was tagging them though with some big shots, man. So I don't really, I ain't no ref, so I don't really just. But he was hitting them, man.
They
so
said
I don't know.
They said Doomy would have for sure gave him an 8 count.
Shit, I don't know, man. I don't really. It probably was a little premature. They trying to build Conor up, but he was hitting with some big shots, man. He was hitting, but yeah, he looked good too, man. I think this 147 going Virgil Ortiz put him in there. I'm not sure they're gonna get a title shot right now because I think that Bud Spence just too big for that not to go down. So eventually they're gonna have to fight, man, because these young dudes, they looking good at 147, man. But Savannah, man, I feel like I feel like that fight could be big, man. Savannah Carissa, if Savannah just could continue, to do what she doing. I think that Christian Hammer, that kid, common opponent with Clarissa, that should help, build that fight. I feel like that could be a pay-per-view fight. They just continue to, what I'm saying, build her up, man. But right now, in 11 fights, Clarissa 2-time undisputed, man. She undid a lot, what I'm saying, just a little amount of time. So they continue to build Savannah up. That fight could be huge, man.
PBC counterpunch. Unless that was just a late text.
Bradley on FA, man. He should be at a level now that is definitely near the top 5. I have Chris Arreola beating him, Eric Molina, Fabio. Yes.
Fabio,
that dude he was facing.
I'm not laughing at Fabio. Fabio's a good fight for FA, but damn,
FA was getting tagged. FA was getting tagged in that fight, and he didn't. He should have easily took him out of there way easier. I'm with Tim Bradley on this.
Yo,
he needs to be at the level.
Yo, that dude upset Carlos Negron too. B. He knocked Carlos Negron straight out. Stop sleeping on people.
Brian Howard, man.
Y'all think he was just a nobody? He already just check his resume. He just.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying like
he just upset
there was glimpses in that fight. If he would have and stopped being so shy, he could have put some heavy work on FA. He was just shy. He wasn't confident, and that's what got him knocked out. But FA, I'm with Tim Bradley on this. He needs to be at the level he's at. He shouldn't be doing this. He's still fighting dudes that Big Baby could have fought. I'm just keeping it real. FA, I don't think he's ready for the top 5.
You're right though. I feel like Big Baby's already more advanced than FA. He's not more advanced. That's probably the wrong word. FA, I meant to say smoother, more fluid.
Yeah, FA gets caught a little bit. He needs that 1-2. People compare him to Deontay. No. FA is having troubles with people in the lower levels. Yeah. That's my call.
He said no.
Yeah, that's and you see, as time goes by, Mayweather taught us that as time goes by, we are going to learn to appreciate certain fighters. You know what I'm saying? And especially. When in this specific conversation, when he's saying he got touched up. Other people go straight through that type of fighter, poof. You know what I'm saying? This is nothing to them. They wipe.
Poof.
Yeah, they wipe a Brian Howard out. You know what I'm saying? So it's dudes, we gotta start to learn to appreciate people while they're still here. But We're going to Majimbe, New Jersey.
Counterpunch. Counterpunch.
LV. What up?
Nah. I just wanted to shout out Glass off, man. He definitely that was an awkward fight for Joe, man. That was definitely an awkward fight. I had it a draw, but I could see how they gave it to Joe. You know, he was the A side, and they did it like that. But I did. Glass off was definitely awkward, man. But I'm telling you, I just wanted to put this out here. When Joe Smith better beef happen, man, it's gonna be closer than what people think, man. I really feel like that fight gonna be a good little scrap, man. If Joe can take that pop, cause better beef there to get hit. Glass off was awkward. I think Glass off would be give any of them top dudes a problem at 175, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely wouldn't mind seeing him again. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think that Joe Smith better be if they go straight into that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's gonna be a closer fight than what people giving Joe Smith credit for. I know he did look, kind of. He did. I thought he was gonna get the knockout. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't do as good as I expected. But I'm telling y'all now, that fight gonna be closer than what people think. That's all I had though.
Majimbe, what up?
Majimbe.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you.
All right, so first off, I just want to say shout out to Ancajas and Rodriguez, fight of the night on Saturday for sure. Hopefully they get recognized and get possibility to get in fight of the year contention. For sure, they put on a hell of a show. I think Ben looked good. I did think that they needed to give him a standing 8. But I would like to see Ben and Virgil. I mean, let the cream rise to the top. They're both on Dazn. I don't see why that fight can't happen. I mean, I know it's early in both of their careers, but like I said, let the cream rise to the top. And then Boots, I mean, he showed out. I definitely agree with Brandon. I think he is top 3 right now.
Damn.
But I would like to see him maybe with Josecito or Collazo.
Whoa. How the fuck you top 3, but you want to see him with Collazo?
I mean, we got to be honest, though. We got to be honest. What other possibilities does he have? Can he
Castillo
can
Clayton?
He get a Porter?
Castillo Clayton?
Clayton as well, but Clayton doesn't have a name. Josecito at least has a name.
Josecito, if Lipinets couldn't stand up to them punches, how is Josecito?
It's about getting, but the thing is, they're still trying to build him up. They're not going to give him a championship fight right now.
I mean,
they're not going to give him Porter. They're not going to give him Earl.
He could get a championship caliber fight, man. Like, that's not. I mean, when you tell me a welterweight is a fighter is top 3 and then throw around a top 12, it's like, yo, what the hell? Of course,
but Clayton is Clayton a championship caliber fight? I mean, he got a draw with Lipinets.
All right,
and my man just destroyed him. Clayton was supposed to do to Lipinets what Boots did. He didn't do that.
You're absolutely right. So do what Tevin Farmer did. You dudes got a drummer beat both of y'all.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. To me, he gets more clout by getting somebody with a name, brother. Somebody that's at least known.
Oh man, I swear to God, I hope I do this long enough to change that old way of thinking. That like. Yeah. You gotta fight some faded old dude to get popular versus fighting a young dude that's in his prime to get popular. Like, it's sad that Canelo did have to fight old Mosley so that people could say, "Oh, Canelo fought Mosley 20 years later." Like, that's what they remember.
Yeah. That's right, but it's also the blueprint. I mean, it'd be great if we could change that.
It is the blueprint, but it's horrible, man. It's horrible, man.
I mean, look, Bud is about to fight. He's 33 years old, and he's just gonna fight his first, possibly his first Hall of Famer. Old famous guy, and Canelo did that with Mosley how many years ago? They all have to do it.
But Bud is fighting. If the fight you speak of, which we will not mention the name, if that fight happens, the person that Bud is fighting, while you called him old and faded, he's way more fresh and vibrant than anything that Mosley was. You understand? Like, That guy you talking about is not who Mosley was when Canelo fought him. Is all I'm trying to say.
I hear you. Real quick though, can I just touch on Savannah?
Actually, that guy right there would have beat that Mosley and look, Mosley ain't even competing, man. This guy's still competing. But yeah, what's up, Savannah?
So I am picking Savannah for the upset. I do think that she's going to knock her out. I think that people are not seeing she's very, very, very technically sound. The way that she throws her punches, especially her power shots, is like a male boxer. And I like that she's very sneaky. She kind of like brings up the heads with like a kind of a slapping shot, so she could get that right hand in. She's very sneaky. I like her a lot. But yeah, it might be a little bit too early. But listen, this is when you catch them, right? But yeah, great job, guys. I'll catch you on the next one.
All right. Natural Wiz Hamilton.
Wiz. What's up?
No Wiz, nobody beats the Wiz. Nobody beats the
truck
Wiz.
from the back.
Nobody beats the Wiz. Brandon Counterpunch.
Oh.
Wiz, what up? We'll go. Hold on. All right, well, go ahead, Brandon. Wiz. Who's going?
I'll go. Yeah, those fights this weekend was awesome. Ebony, man, she made a fan out of me. Yeah, I lost $10, but I'm not mad at when you fight like that. I'm okay losing that $10 on her. That's okay. As for Boots, that man was swinging, and that's what I like. And he's gonna be a problem in the future. I'll tell you right now, one of those top guys gotta take him out now, because if they don't take him out now, it's gonna be another Mayweather Canelo issue. That's all I'm gonna say. But Francis, Jay Nice gave me the message. I got it. You know what I'm talking about. That's my call.
Okay.
It's going down.
Yes, sir. Canada Unite. You know how it go. But yo, was it Brandon with his counterpunch?
Yep, Brandon.
Yes, can you hear me?
We do.
So you just said you hate when boxing recycles these old guys, right? Why are you justifying Gamboa getting tossed around?
Because
like
Chris Colbert isn't a champion.
But he's trying to build his name up an old dude.
No, Brandon. Remember the basis of the argument is Mofongo. Calling one Dominican another man's name. Majimbe, right, says, just like you said, Boots is top 3. I have never said Chris Colbert is top 3. So all I'm saying is when you're not the top of the division, yeah, it's all right to fight a Gamboa. But Devin, in a lot of people's eyes, is considered like one of the 4 kings. So like him and Gamboa didn't make sense. Tank, he's considered like this big dude. Like him and Gamboa didn't make sense. But a developmental fight, like why not? Come on, champ.
Yeah, I feel you. Okay, you got me. You made a good point. I thought I had you, but Boots' situation just goes to show you how important like having a big time promoter behind you can do for you, bro. Because when you think about his performances, he's much more must-see TV than Devin or Shakur. His style-wise, he put on a better show and whooping these cats than all these guys we talk about on the day-to-day. But he just ain't got that big-time promotion behind him yet. So right now, man, I got him top 3, and I got him head of that class, man. I enjoy his fights more than Shakur and Devin. And, Teofimo put on some good shows too, but, man, he's special, man. He like Terry Norris mixed with...
Cut it. A lot of Boost love. Look like we got a new one. I'm telling you, they wearing the boot. They wearing the boot.
Real quick. When Boots hit Lipinets, he took a deep breath. In my head, while I was watching, I was like, "How much more of those deep breaths can he take before he stops?"
No, I didn't even. But you see, you see.
Oh, you gone? Oh,
you see the
y'all frozen.
You frozen. We not frozen. Your face
no, I say,
frozen.
well, my computer.
Your face is frozen. Nah, but he did show levels to me. Like I know I seen him get hit, but it felt like when he punched, it looked better and more skillful than when, like for when Lipinets, it looks like he was reaching and just trying. So,
74-inch reach, Ness. 74 inches, man.
I don't know. It just seemed like he was. It seemed like he was having a hard time looking.
When you stepped away, I was saying to Alex, if Boots can fight with that 74-inch reach advantage without getting in the phone booth fight, it's gonna be tough for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
But go ahead. Who we got next, Ness?
Call him. He is reading.
I am reading in deep thought. My name is Nestor. What is that movie? Remember that movie? I'm showing my age here. My name is Javier Montoya Bonatoda. You killed my father. And you
Yeah.
Yo, I butchered the line, but I remember that movie, dog.
What was that? Desperado?
I don't know.
Yo, that's my man,
you
too.
know who
That's
played
my
in it? Andre the Giant was in that movie, though. So
Yeah,
y'all can
what's
find
my-
it that way. Y'all can find it that way. It's
Man,
old
what's
as
my
hell.
man's name, man, the actor, the Spanish dude, he one of my favorites, man.
Oh,
man.
is that Banderas? That's not Banderas.
Yeah, that's Banderas, man.
That's
I swear
not-
it was. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
That
You're
better
right.
not
You're
be
right.
a young Banderas, because I would be like, what? Get out of here. But yeah, man, catch us at 1:30 live right here on YouTube. Memberships for our channel, not the world's channel, our channel. We're gonna be talking Untitled and all those other juicy details of what happened in Dallas and what's the move. Remember that Dallas is one of the cities on a 3-city tour. We are doing that is real. And once we lock in the venue, we will let you know ticket information. And I mean, if you've been to any of our events, you know you can expect greatness. But this one I think is gonna top the cake because it'll be like a live show and an appreciation night, which we haven't done in a while. You know what I mean? And I mean, you know, we might be able to do something for an appreciation night, like on a huge. I mean, look, man, we'll talk.
Let's talk about it. But I did drop a teaser. The reason why we're doing 3-on-3 and not 5-on-5 because it's a lot easier to get a teams of 3-on-3 than get a team of 5 to sign up and lock in with travels, everything like that. So it's easier to get a team of 3s. Now we'd love to run 5s. Don't get it twisted.
Yo,
You know what I
my
mean? So
son
everybody
laughed
gets a
at
chance
me,
to run.
man. When I told my son we doing a 3-man, he like, what? Why y'all ain't running no 4? I'm like, dog, I mean, like, what you mean? You know what I'm saying?
That's the saying. Like, why wouldn't you run 5s? Like, that's really 5s is what you're supposed to run. But like, can we really get 8 teams of 5? That's the question, right? So, anyways, we'll talk about it Untitled a little more.
And we want a nice tournament, man. We got to do 3-man, so it's space on the court, man. Give me some room, B. Get off the court. Get out the paint, man. You in the way. I'm taking it to the lane
you
on
gonna
these
have to
jokers,
hustle.
man.
Yeah, you got to hustle.
You're gonna have to hustle.
You get exposed in 3-on-3. That's for sure. You get caught on the island and you got to dance.
Let me get to Decatur, Georgia zone. Where that weight check? Weight check?
Weight check.
in the ring.
Ain't no hard fighting. Boxing motherfucker like this.
BoxingWords.com.
Hey, Daddy. Boxing thinking man's game. This a dollar beat. Skill. Up here. You gotta be out think a motherfucker. That's what
BoxingWords.com.
Weight check TV viewers had, and I'm at 178 in case anybody want to know. You understand? It coming slow, but the shit coming for sure.
You got
Shout out to
plenty of time.
Oh, show you right, bro. I'm gonna make it happen.
60 days left. That's like 61. So that's like literally like it could be 8 to 10 weeks still, right? I gotta check the month.
Yeah, and I check it at the end of every week. You feel me? Because I'm on that road and shit. So I'm dialed in. Don't sweat or peep. I got this. But just for the interviews though, good shit on Trout and what's your man name again?
Mark Taffet.
I like him, man. Good guy, good shit. All right, for this Ennis thing, hey, the boy did good. I ain't taking nothing from the cat, but we always gotta remember his levels to this shit. Cause though he looked good against him, the goddamn Lipinets was a tad bit slow. You dig? So I would like to see him go against a goddamn what my boy name Mikey Garcia. Or even someone around his own age, like a Virgil Ortiz. So either of those two, after them two, shit, I don't mind him taking a crack at one of the top 2 if they willing to, give him that opportunity, or even get up to the Shawn Porter spot first, and then the top two. But yeah, shout out to Ennis. Nothing taken from him. I love the hunger. I love the fight. So let's see what he can do on the next level, going up on his way to the top. Shout out to Baldy. Shout out to everybody. Border Wars 11. Get your ass in the ring and swing. Wow. Motherfucking Border TBV versus Wisconsin. I'm out. Y'all stay up.
All right. Yo,
Mikey's gonna step in there and get punched on, man. He had a problem with the jab of Errol. You gonna fight a fighter with a longer jab who hits arguably to people as hard or crazy. I don't.
Do me.
That's a good one though.
Did you get all these super chats? Matt Garcia, you got him?
No, I did not.
See, that's why I like going back, because sometimes you say you got
and you miss him,
but you ain't get.
Yeah, I know you ain't talking about me, Chan.
Did you get MRJ's last one where they said they can afford to marinate?
I don't think we did.
I'm gonna take it all the way back, man. I'm gonna go all the way back because I don't want to close out and miss anybody's, right? George the Soul Survivor, the very beginning said Jaron Ennis versus Conor Ben. What do you think? I believe we answered that because I know I said that.
We left off at Kent Stone.
Nah, but I just want to double check. We ain't miss any, man. Did you see? Obviously, you mentioned YouTube, and then Marcus J. Boom, we got that. KDR. Watch Al Heyman match up Ennis with Broner next. All right. You got that one. You got the Count Drago. Boots was impressive.
Nope.
See. Boots was impressive. There's a new generation of welterweights coming up. Boots, Ortiz, Ben, Crawford versus Spence needs to happen before it's too late. Grind Hard Sports Nation. He had two. Did you see the first one that said if Boots can't fight for belts, he should beat up other hot young fighters, Ortiz, Ben, or Castillo Clayton?
Yeah, we got that one. We got the LDUBB boxing too. We got Javon.
There's another one from Grind Hard Sports Nation. He said, if Boots not ready, then who is? Because Porter ducked before he was even Oh, you did. I remember you saying that one.
Yeah.
All right. And so then what about Marcus that says they can afford, they could afford to marinate Pac versus May because because they are worldwide figures. Waiting for Crawford versus Spence is a huge mistake for legacy and wallets. Oh, we didn't get to that. Oh, I ain't hear that.
Yeah, we got that one. We got Dennis Sanchez, not Denise, Dennis. We got that one too. We got Jared Lloyd. We were left off at Matt Bent 100.
What about Ken Stone? Ken Stone.
Yeah, we got Ken Stone already. Matt Bent 100 says, great interview. TBV in my mug. Let's go, champ. Rodney Evans says, Francis, when that fight is, put your money where your mouth is. My money on Savannah. Easy walk.
So listen, man, I take pleasure in taking your money, man. In case you don't realize, I put some respect on my name when we do this stuff, man. You tripping.
Machine gun up next. Machine gun up next.
Hit him with the machine gun. Call him, should Boots stay the course and take on a tier 2 welterweight until a top 5 presents themselves, or take the Thurman route and take on a Virgil or Ben?
I mean, if he can get Virgil or Ben, I just don't think that why would Eddie offer Jaron the fight right now when he's got a franchise in Ben because of the pedigree, the name of the father?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've been doing this so long that I'm used to the promoters swerving fights, you know?
Next.
All right. No, it was LV. Counterpunch.
We got that. Now he got another one, though. We gave him the counterpunch. The new one is leading
score for 3-on-3 tournament. He's tripping. Hashtag stay tuned. So you coming with your squad? What's going on? Yo, we got to get this because a lot of guys be talking
is that until you make a date, no one can make it realistic until you know. Yo, did y'all ever get the email? Y'all got the email, right? All right, anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Nets GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Catch us on the next one, which is right now at 1:30. We're going to be live on YouTube members. talking anything you guys want to talk about as long as you put it in the Patreon post. And we got Intrigue on the late. Intrigue, are you just listening or are you rocking out?
Intrigue.
I think that means he's rocking out. So
I said if it don't fire hotter than a throwaway, I need my money now. No extra day. Your time's up, coons ready. Ain't no other way. It ain't no other way. That's all I got. I say what I mean, do what I say. I pray my chopper bullets don't spray. If you cross, you better look both ways.
Intrigue, what up?
What up? Look, man, my boy Boots represented, but I don't know what y'all. I'm kind of confused when y'all talking about he was getting hit a lot. When you go back and look at the punch stats, it don't show that. Like when you say getting hit a lot, I think about the Ortiz-Maurice Hooker fight. Now Ortiz is getting hit a lot. He got hurt. Boots didn't take no punishment. You know what I mean? And that's all I want to say on that. But the Boots train, man, it was once upon a time around here. It was just probably me, Doomy, and 704 on that train. It's getting kind of crowded now, though. So the bud tenders, we welcome y'all with open arms, man. Y'all just bring y'all masks on because we don't want none of that butter beaties. But that's all I got to say.
All right, we got Rodney Evans with another super chat. He says, put respect on who? Brother, put your money where your mouth is. Like I said, since you so confident, Shields would whoop on Savannah. So put your money up now, he's saying. How you going to put money up now in a fight that ain't happen? Anyway.
Yo, Ness, you got it.
Sound the alarm, Gregory Donovan is back as a contender. And I think you got to be a champ to watch YouTube members live Untitled. So, yeah, you might want to upgrade. Just a law,
and you also hit it again. You got Cercia. Welcome to the prospect level.
Now, remember, if you want to watch Untitled, which is in 24 minutes, you got to be a champ. You know what I'm saying? Where my soundbite at for that? I had a soundbite for that. I lost it. It used to be right around here somewhere like a champ. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a champ. Yo, but that is everybody. What's up?
Is it everybody?
I mean,
everybody.
Intrigue was last, man. That's GT on Instagram and Twitter. I gotta go eat before the next show. You know,
word. Gotta feed the dogs.
We gotta have a meeting. I gotta have a meeting with these guys. I ain't gonna have no time for my meeting, man. Let's go.
Just like Broner said, man. 25-8. You can catch me on IG at Next Up Sports Talk or The Way in Boxing on IG or The Way on YouTube. Catch you on the next one. We're gonna talk about everything in Untitled. Peace, y'all.
This is the Boxing Voice. So if you like what you were listening to, please hit the subscribe button. And if you want to listen to us every time we go live, hit the bell. Because if it ain't shaking, you ain't baking with us every time we go live in the morning, lunch, dinner, anytime. So, yeah, we'll be right back. Let me keep it short and sweet. But this is the Boxing Voice. Nestor Gibbs, Doyen Francis, and yours truly, Alex Doomsday Linus.
Peace.